Hey everybody, I'm Ben. I will be your MC today. I'd like to start off with a land acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that UNB stands on the unceded and unsurrendered traditional Wolastoqey land. The land of the Wabanaki people are recognized in a series of peace and friendship treaties to establish an ongoing relationship of peace, friendship, and mutual respect between equal nations. The river that runs by our university is known as the Wolastoq, along which live the Wolastoqey people on the bountiful and beautiful river.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the final presentations of this year's 4020 projects. My name is Vienna Monk, and I'll be one of your MCs today. I'm in the Environmental Management major of the Environment and Natural Resources degree, and this year I've been working on the JDI project. These capstone projects represent not only a combined thousands of hours of work this year, but also the culminated efforts of students' degrees. Students and their respective clients have been working diligently over the past 8 months to produce management plans to address forestry and environmental problems.
As I said before, I'm Ben Collins. I am the other MC in forestry. I'll be doing it in the afternoon, after lunch. I've been working on the Meduxnekeag River project, and our clients this year include, in order of presentation, the City of Moncton, Department of National Defense, D Irving Ltd, Meduxnekeag River Association, North Lake Provincial Park, Austin Forest Inc., and UNB's Office of Forest Lands on the Springford Reserve. Each presentation will be around 25 to 30 minutes with a 10 to 15 minute question period and 5-minute break in between.
We'll also have an intermission from 11:30 to 12:30, and the first presentation today is the City of Moncton.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Lorenzo Balagnasai.
And I'm Garrett Lindo.
And today we'll be presenting for the City of Moncton's Irishtown Nature Park and our Integrated Land Management Plan. Before we get started, we'd like to respectfully acknowledge that UNB stands on the unsurrendered and unceded traditional Wolastoqey land. The lands of the Wabanaki people are recognized in a series of peace and friendship treaties to establish an ongoing relationship of peace, friendship, and mutual respect between equal nations. The river that runs by our university is known as the Wolastoq, which live the Wolastoqey, the people of the beautiful and bountiful river. As our project is located in the City of Moncton, we also respectfully acknowledge that the city stands on the unsurrendered and unceded land of the Mi'kmaq people.
Thank you for that acknowledgement, Lorenzo. So before we dive into our integrated land management plan, quickly go over what we'll be presenting for everyone today. So first we'll do a client introduction as well as an introduction of our group. Then we're going to dive into our social component, then our water component, followed by our wildlife component. Then we'll dive into our forest inventory. Then we'll go over our fire modeling and risk, and then we'll relay our recommendations for the City of Moncton. So, as you all know, we partnered with the City of Moncton to develop this integrated land management plan for Irishtown Nature Park. We work closely with Dan Hicks, who is our project lead, as well as with the Moncton Communications team. Dan Hicks, as well as the Moncton Communications team, are with us online today. We thank them for being here. As for ourselves and our group, we're a group of 10 UNB ForEM students made up of 1 water major, 1 wildlife major, 3 environmental majors, and 5 forestry majors. In developing this integrated land management plan, we wanted to address forest and wildlife health and provide recommendations on those. We wanted to identify risk associated with forest fires via fuel loading, as well as we wanted to improve public awareness of forest fire within and around the public parks. As for Irishtown itself, this is the boundary of Irishtown Nature Park. It is just under 850 hectares in total area and is located in Moncton, New Brunswick, roughly 1.5 kilometers north of Highway 2.
So start off with our social component. Our main goal here was really to not only create a plan that engages the public and park users, but we also wanted to educate and bring awareness to resource management and increasing fire risk in the park itself and in New Brunswick. To do this, we created a survey targeted at the residents of the City of Moncton. This was distributed by the City of Moncton's communications team. This is really to understand the park use, public opinion on management, what they would like to see, and the perceived fire risk. We also conducted an interview with both the City of Moncton's fire department and the City of Fredericton's fire department. Last, we conducted an interview with an Indigenous NGO, MTI. So from our social survey results, we received a total of 129 submissions with 74 comments. Here is an example question that we gave, where we asked respondents to rank values based on a scale of 1 to 4, 1 being of lowest importance and 4 being of highest. Values include conservation, recreation, cultural, and economic. And as you can see here on rank 4 of most important, 34% of respondents voted conservation. As for our interviews with the fire departments, we interviewed Chief Conrad Landry of the Moncton Department. He gave us a lot of insight into the role of urban firefighters in the event that a wildfire is to occur within the city limits. We also interviewed with Assistant Deputy Chief Dave McKinley of Fredericton Fire Department. He also supplied us with outdoor fire records, and we were able to compare the response of urban firefighters to outdoor fires. And from our interview with MTI, we really discussed with them what they would like to see or what they would be interested in seeing in the Irishtown Nature Park. And we supplied them with a list of 88 vegetation species that we identified during our forest inventory. And they came back with us with a list of 52 species that were considered culturally significant. Moving on to our water component, our main goal here was really to assess hydrological infrastructure. This includes culverts. We also want to identify and map water bodies. These were used to create a proximity analysis in the event that they would be used for fire suppression. So we assessed approximately 20% of culverts. We calculated their upstream area and calculated the flow rate. We also used historical weather data to model peak flow rates in the event of a 100-year storm event over the course of 24 hours. As you can see here from our culvert results, I'll bring your attention to the top figure, where our black outline is the shape of the culvert, the brown line is the level of embeddedness, the blue line is the current flow rate, and the red dotted line is a historical peak flow rate that I just discussed. And on the bottom figure here, this is an example of a failed culvert that is non-functional. And these were both created using the HY8 program. As for our wildlife component, our main goal here was really to create a wildlife inventory, including species at risk, invasive species, and identify habitat. To do this, we did surveys at each plot, and we also counted incidental encounters. We also supplemented this heavily using the iNaturalist. This was due to seasonal restrictions at the time that we collected our data. So a good example of this would be birds that have already migrated. So we really needed to try and supplement that. We ranked species identified through the S ranking offered through the ACCDC. This is ranked from 1 to 5, where 1 is ranked extremely rare and 5 is ranked very common. From our wildlife inventory, we identified a total of 808 species. This includes both vegetation, fish, and wildlife. 2 S2 species were identified, and 6 S3 species. Some species to note are the common nighthawk, which is considered a species at risk, and the black-backed woodpecker, who specializes in post-fire forests. 3 invasive species were identified, including the spongy moth, perennial sow thistle, and purple loosestrife from the Brunswick Invasive Species Council.
Thanks. So now we'll move into our enhanced forest inventory and our modeling. So for our enhanced forest inventory and our modeling portion, we had the goal to identify forest structure and composition, as well as we wanted to delineate different areas of Irishtown Nature Park into different stands based on similar species compositions and stand characteristics. To create our forest methods, we opted to use a fixed area radius plot. To do this, we use an 11.28 meter radius plot, and in this plot we counted all trees that were over 10 centimeters in dBH. Any tree that was over 10 centimeters in dBH had its species recorded as well as its dBH, with every 5th tree having its crown base height recorded, its live crown base height recorded, as well as its overall height. Trees under 10 centimeters were considered regenerating trees. To count these, we recorded a 5.64 meter fixed area radius plot, and simply just counted the amount of regenerating trees. Our third fixed area plot that we did was to assess vegetation. We did this using a 5-meter fixed area plot and recorded all vegetation species as well as their percent abundance. As for the result from our forest inventory, I mentioned earlier that the total area of this park covers just under 850 hectares. Within this area, we found that there was 30 different stands covering a total of forested area of approximately 752 hectares. With the rest of this area, the New Brunswick's Department of Environment has classified the rest of the area as wetlands, and these wetlands have been classified into 6 different categories, including bogs, fens, forested wetlands, forested marshes, non-forested wetlands, and shrub wetlands. As for our actual results from our forest level inventory, we found that balsam fir was the heaviest species in our park, registering at just over 50% of the species recorded. Coming up second, we found that red maple was the second most abundant species within the park with 24% composition, and then black spruce and red spruce with close thirds coming in at 8% and 7% respectively. Shown here, we have a graph. To delineate our stands, we decided to use DBH classes, and we split these classes into 2-centimeter DBH classes. As you can see, we have a relatively early successional forest based on the small DBH classes as well as the species composition. While the general DBH classes were under 25 centimeters, should be noted too that there were some mature vets such as the white spruce that were recorded as being 68 or above for DBH. As for our actual enhanced forest inventory, using LiDAR and our recorded data, we inputted all of our data into ArcGIS and created a cell resolution raster of 10 meters by 10 meters. Using this raster, we were able to identify things such as crown heights, stem density, conifer density, canopy base heights, as well as percentage of species. These EFI raster datasets were also needed and used in our fire modeling. Which, moving into our modeling, these are the sensitivity analysis that was used for our climate modeling. Essentially, for our climate modeling, we used our base scenario right now. We use the RCP 2.6 scenario, which has an estimated increase of 0.9 degrees to 2.5 degrees in the next 100 years, as well as we use RCP 8.5, which has an estimated 3.4 degrees to 5.9 degrees by 5090. As you can see, we have hardwoods on the left graph and softwoods on the right graph, and in almost every single climate program that we used, the hardwoods performed and had more growth than the softwoods for almost every single one. Continuing on our open stand modeling, like I said, we used 3 different climate models. We used our base model, our RCP 2.5, and our RCP 2.6, and RCP 8.5. These 3 graphs show our open stand modeling that we did. We forecasted our forest to go 45 years in the future, and although there's not too much that we can tell from these graphs, the thing that we can tell is that we have density at the forest level as well as total volume at the forest level, and what we can tell from this is RCP 2.6 had a higher density than the base models and the RCP 8.5. However, opposingly, although there is a higher density of stems in those, the 2.6 actually had the lowest volume out of the 3 climate scenarios. On the bottom right, we have a balsam fir graph showing the total volume throughout the park. In this, again, there's not too much to talk about other than RCP had the lowest volume, RCP 2.6 had the lowest volume of balsam fir throughout the park. RCP 8.5 then had the second, and the current climate model had the highest volume. What we can sum up is that really it's just a lot of stand dynamics are going on. Like I said, we have an early successional forest, so we are expecting stem density to drop off while volume increase in the future.
Moving on to fire risk. So So our main goal here was really to map areas based on controllable variables. This includes fuels and human ignition. And one of the biggest programs in our tool set was Burn P3. This was created in 2005 by the Canadian government as a planning and management tool. It's what's known as a deterministic fire growth model using the Forest Behavior Prediction System, also known as FPB, and the model simulates wildfire using the Prometheus growth model. So what Burn P3 does is it creates thousands of simulations to create a single probability map based on the number of times that a single cell is burned divided by the number of iterations. What this means is that the more simulations that you run, the more confident you can be within your model. So some things that we need to consider when we ran our fire model was climate. So by 2071 to 2100, as most of you know, temperatures are projected to increase by several degrees. This leads to more growing degree days, and consequently, less precipitation. Forest models project that boreal species such as balsam fir and black spruce are projected to decrease. Temperate species like red maple and American beech will increase. Another concern is pests like spruce budworm and their northern migration as temperatures increase. Stands that are affected by these disturbances are typically more flammable because dead trees are dry aerial fuel for fire, and the newly exposed understory is drier than usual. As for our fuel system, using the FPB system, it contains 16 different fuel types. These are all based on qualitative forest characteristics, such as the forest floor, the surface and ladder fuels, and the forest composition. Now for our project, we focused on the M1 and M2 fuel types because they refer to mixed wood stands, which as closely resembles our Acadian forest type as we could. The only difference between M1 and M2 is that the time of year. So M1 is spring and M2 is summer. The accompanying percentage with an M2 fuel type is the conifer density. And for our Irishtown Nature Park, we identified it as an M2 fuel type. The time of the year heavily influences your flammability. So this includes your rate of spread, your fire intensity, and your fuel consumption. And in our park, we noticed some areas reaching upwards of M2 percentages of 80 to 90%. Now, one thing important to note is that the FPV fuel system was designed around the boreal forest structure. So there is some variance when dealing between the boreal forest and the Acadian forest. These were some things that we had to consider when we're interpreting our results and running our model. And when we talk about fire, there's really three main components that affect it. This includes your weather, your topography, and your fuel. These are all components that we ran and Garrett will discuss.
So as Lorenzo said, there are three components to how fire behaves. Those are the fuel, the weather, and the topography. I'll quickly go over all three of those and sort of mention how they affected our fire risk rating throughout the park. So we'll start out with our fuel, and as Lorenzo said, the park was classified as an M2 fuel type. This is because the data was recorded in the fall and not the spring. And again, I want to reiterate too, something that Lorenzo said was that the FBP fuel system was derived off of the boreal forest and not the Appalachian. So when they use their mixed woods, which is what our park is classified as, the FBP is really talking about being based off of an aspen spruce stand, whereas here we're more likely to see balsam fir and red maple within that fuel type. As we can see in the map, that there is, while we are at the western point of the park, there is a heavier deciduous content. However, as we move towards the eastern and northern boundaries of the park, we do start to get into those areas which have those 80 and 90% conifer areas. And these areas definitely bring concern for us to there. Here we have a distance to water map. So as we can see, majority of the park is within 500 meters of the man-made reservoir. However, as we move towards the northern and northeastern boundaries of the park, we do see that there are some distances of greater than 1 kilometer. While this might not seem like a big distance for some of you, I can assure you that when you're carrying a Mark III, 2 40-liter jerry cans, 6 lengths of 1.5-inch hose, a toolbox, an intake hose, as well as a 50-pound backpack, that these distances quickly become intensified. As such, these distances were taken into consideration for the parameters that we use to help create the fire hazard for the park. As for our topography, there's not too much topographic influence within Irishtown Nature Park. This is because there's only 30-meter difference in elevation throughout the entire park. As we can see, this is our highest point of the park and close to our northern boundary at 70 meters in elevation above sea level, with our lowest point being on the southern part of the park at 35. As for our weather statistics that we used for our data, we used the extreme fire weather from 2020, New Brunswick's weather. This was an extreme wildfire year for the province of New Brunswick, and as such, we felt that we should use extreme statistics to sort of get a worst case scenario run through Burn P3. So as we can see on this map here for the year of 2020, the majority of winds were westerly and southwesterly winds, meaning that they're coming from the west going to the east and coming from the southwest going to the northeast. Another important thing to note too is that roughly 50 to 20% of wind speeds recorded throughout the entire year were at an average of 40 to 60 kilometers an hour. This is important because as the wind speed increases, rate of spread of fire inevitably increases as well. So here we have our fire risk map. This was derived from the Burn P3 system that Lorenzo was telling us about. And essentially, as Lorenzo said, we ran 1,000 iterations. How the iterations were ran, we needed to set up and put ignition points at likely spots where fire is to start within the park. Because over 95% of fires within New Brunswick are started due to human causes, we decided to put the majority of our ignition points on the most heavily used trails, as well as areas that are used heavily and not as impacted by infrastructure. So as we can see, there's a high fire risk near the western boundary of the park. This is because that's where the most ignition spots were, seen as how it's the most used place in the park. Something that should be noted about this too, Lorenzo touched on it, we ran 1,000 iterations and only used 1 year's worth of weather statistics. As you run more iterations and use more inputs such as multiple years of fire or weather data, as well as have better forest stand input and everything, you'll just get a more accurate and more feasible map, as Lorenzo said. So here is a fire hazard map that we have created for the park. We took into consideration 5 variables for this. The variables that were taken into consideration were M2 percentage, the distance to water, distance of buildings, crown base heights, and burn probability. To score these, we used a scaling score of 1 and 0, 1 being considered hazardous and 0 being considered acceptable. For our scaling, we used any area that had an M2% greater than 60% as hazardous. We used any area that is greater than 250 meters from any water body as hazardous. We used any area that is greater than 500 meters from any sort of infrastructure as hazardous. We used any crown base height under 1.8 meters as hazardous, as well as any area that had a burn probability greater than 40% was considered hazardous. Adding up all these scores, we were able to score and assign hazards to each part of the park. As we can see, majority of the park is within that moderate fire hazard. However, as we bring our attention to the northern northeastern boundary, we see that we start to get into that very high and extreme fire hazard. This is what brings our attention to there, especially since there is a developing neighborhood just outside the northern boundary.
As for recommendations, we really wanted to create a zonal system for the park. This includes 3 zones, zone 1 being for conservation. In this zone, we really wanted to have minimal human impact, and these areas are typically set aside for unique areas or areas that are not easily accessible to the public, and for wetlands. For zone 2, we labeled it as recreation. This is kind of the trade-off between conservation, where we still want to minimize human impact, but we still want the public to be able to access it. A good example of this would be walking trails. And zone 3 being unrestricted, we wanted to leave these areas free for the city of Moncton to develop. An example of this could be a parking lot. So as you can see in this figure here, most of our northern regions are Zone 1, and we allotted about 30% of the area. Most of these areas are not easily accessible, and you'll notice some small blotches. Those are wetlands. Zone 2, we allotted 38% for trail development, as there is no trail development in those areas yet, but we think that they would be suitable. And for Zone 3, we allotted 32%. These areas are very in close proximity, as you can see, to a lot of the roads, and they have already been developed either with a parking lot or trail systems. As for our social recommendations, we're recommending that the City of Moncton consider some of the comments made on our social survey. This includes updating signage, increasing the number of benches, a designated dog area, increasing the number of water fountains available, and proactive water quality monitoring of the reservoir. This includes for E. coli and algal blooms, and finally, universal design of trails to accommodate a larger demographic of the public. As for our interview with MTI, we encourage the City of Moncton to include Indigenous language and culturally significant species if they choose to update signage, and we recommend the implementation of a fire break as per our interview with Chief Conrad Landry. For our water recommendations, we're recommending this specific culvert be updated either by increasing the inlet elevation or removing it altogether with a larger diameter culvert to facilitate flow. As for wildlife recommendations, we're recommending that the City of Moncton invests into autonomous recording units, also known as ARUs. These would record approximately 210 hours of content each during the breeding season at 3 hours at dawn, 3 hours at dusk. This is really just to get a comprehensive inventory of bird species and to note if there's any potential nesting habitat in the park. We're also recommending the removal of invasive species in close proximity to trail locations to reduce spread, to monitor for spongy moth, as there was an account on iNaturalist, and to encourage Play Clean Go to, again, reduce spread of species.
As for our fire recommendations, we are recommending to the City of Moncton that a fire break be put in along the northern boundary of the park. This fire break is recommended to be roughly 2 kilometers long and 60 meters wide. This will run the length of the northern boundary and will run parallel to the developing neighborhood. This total area of this proposed fire break would be 11.5 hectares, roughly. And given the 5 different stand types that fall within this fire break, we have a current minimum stems per hectare of 800, as well as a current maximum stems per hectare of 1,800. The goal with this fire break would be to have a targeted select harvest, and the idea would be to target coniferous species, to bring them down to lower than 50% to try to manipulate the fuel break into being more of a deciduous stand. Why we're recommending this fire break is because, according to FBP, the fuel type spread rates are reduced by 80% when C2 and M2 have a conifer percent of 50% or less. As for the D2 and D1 fuel types, which is what we'd be trying to manipulate and send our forest into for that strip, D2 has a spread rate of 20% of that of D1. So our idea, again, like the M1 and M2, the only difference between this is spring and fall again. So we're hoping that when we maneuver this into more of a deciduous buffer strip, that we'll be able to slow the rate of spread as well as reduce the chance of ignition in that area. One thing that I would like to iterate again is that the FBP is based off of the boreal forest. So when we have stand types such as the C2 and the M2, they're really based more on the West Coast, more monoculture stand types and not taken into consideration as much biodiversity that goes on here on the East Coast. As for LiDAR, we recommend that maps and scanning be updated every 5 years. This is to have the park have an updated inventory of computer programming that they can sort of have boots on the ground in the office and see. We believe that this would be useful, especially in the instance of any sort of natural disturbance where it might be a bit tough to get out, but you can still work from the office. We recommend that unmanned aerial vehicles be flown over to get new recordings of the park, and for this we've gotten a quote from the Brunswick Engineering and Consulting Incorporation that we'll talk about in our finance slide. And our last recommendation is to implement the use of permanent sample plots. So while collecting data in Irishtown Nature Park, our group, we placed 3 permanent sample plots, which were roughly 10% of the plots that were collected. With the implementation of the 3 that are already there, we recommend an additional 5 be put into place, and that these permanent sample plots be reassessed every 5 years by summer students. We think that these permanent sample plots can be useful because they can be used to get a basic understanding of changes within the forest structure over time, such as growth rates, mortality, as well as the ability to monitor the forest for pests and disease.
So to complete this project in the future, we estimate that it would cost upwards of $102,000. This includes a comprehensive list that we've included in our report of all the recommended equipment, our recommended services such as LiDAR scanning, ARUs, and the implementation of a fire break. I would like to note that a big chunk of this cost is from summer intern wages that we've calculated for 4 field staff and 1 GIS technician based on the average entry-level wage. But in our report, we have included several wage subsidy programs that would be applicable to this project and to the City of Moncton as an employer. As for our goals and objectives, for wildlife, we achieved 3 out of 5. For modeling, we achieved 1 out of 3. For water, we have 2 ongoing, and for social, we have achieved 1 and 2 are still to be determined. And for our forest structures and identification, 2 of 3 have been achieved, and for our fire goals, we have achieved 2 and 1 is still to be determined. Thank you. Oh yeah, Dan, do you have any questions? Or City of Moncton team?
Hi guys, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you, Dan.
Yeah, great. Well, great work, folks. Really appreciate all the effort you put into the project. Looking forward to seeing the detailed report to dig into it a little bit more. There's some good recommendations. I think we can move on fairly quickly. I did have one question about your thoughts on fuel load as it relates to the balsam fir edging out due to climate change. Do you foresee that increasing the fire risk over the next few years, or do you see that being negligible?
I mean, over the next few years, it's probably going to be negligible, as like our kind of modeling showed. It's going to take quite a while for this to kind of really take into effect. But the decrease of coniferous is going to decrease the hazardous of the fuel, so there's going to be less coniferous trees within these stands, but at the same time your fire weather is going to increase. So, you know, even though the fuels may be less volatile, fire weather will be more extreme, so we'll have hotter days, more winds, so it's kind of yes and no.
Fair enough. Well, thank you very much, folks. I'll let some others ask some questions, but great job. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
I have a question kind of related to Dan's question, I think his name was. So you guys did project that with RCP 8.5, there's kind of going to be an increase in your temperate species. It's like a bit of a deborealization is what literature kind of refers to. In terms of what the forest is going to look like. Your model, however, is like you said, it was like based on, I think you said it was like based on the boreal forest, is that correct?
No, so the wildfire system, so the fuel system used in Canada is based off western forest structure, so that's where all of like the empirical data was created in the 90s, and that's where all the test burns were. However, the model we use in OSM to simulate climate change was based off of Anthony Taylor's 2017 paper, and that, although isn't based off of empirical data, is based off of New Brunswick forest structure. He did use pike as models.
Yeah.
And that's simply just a DBHI modification, so an increase of percentage or a decrease of percentage based on the species. So it's not incredibly high resolution, like there's not a lot of complexity in that model. It's basically, it's very coarse, but it's kind of the best we could do.
Okay. Did you just run the one for like your current composition, or did you look into doing like a future like prediction of like the fire risk for the area with like future like stand composition, or was that just not the scope of your project?
It wasn't really in the scope of our project, and also the amount of error that would be in those projections is just so high that it wouldn't really provide that much.
Cool. Yeah. It was really cool. Yeah, good job.
For your fire break, I think you mentioned mostly the removal of coniferous trees and then remaining the hardwoods. Just wondering what was the reason, I guess, behind leaving vegetation and not removing it altogether?
So, as said before, so like D1 is a classification, well D1 and D2 is a classification for deciduous fuels in Canada, and they provide a significant reduction in spread rates. The other alternative is a complete removal of all fuels within that area, and that has to be done incredibly frequently. So you can't have regrowth or grass or anything, ideally, if you're looking at a true fuel break. So we determined that it was going to be more efficient and cost effective to have a reduction in spread rates using a deciduous stand instead of having a complete removal of fuel every, say, 2 years. And it would accomplish around the same thing, because even a complete, like, in order to have a complete fire break where there'd be zero spread, you would have to have either a paved fire break, or you would have to go scorched earth and remove all fuel. And that can be done either with like dozers or through prescribed perks. So the deciduous break was kind of the most realistic for this park.
Well done, folks. So for your zoning exercise, for that zone 1 conservation where you had some disjunct units, I think you said at the wetland site, how did you decide on the size of those units? Did you buffer them at all, or is it potentially that some zone 1s are up against the zone 3 unrestricted?
For that, like, there's not a whole lot of a buffer. However, like, the areas that we encompassed was more than what the zone actually needed to be. And for example, the size of the park has 2 additional stands that aren't actually used for park purposes currently. So one reason that we put those as additional area for zone 1 was, as a nature park, people wanted conservation, so we wanted to have like as much conservation in an area that isn't going to be touched by the public regardless.
I was thinking more of the disjunct units.
Those were specific stands, I believe.
Yeah.
They're wetlands, like there's the UNB wetlands, and we didn't buffer them. They're just whatever was
Which
delineated.
could be a problem, because the lack of a buffer up against a wetland could be a problem if it was zone 3 against a zone 1. For sure. Fair attention.
Any more?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So that fire breaks along the north side of the site.
Yes, yes.
That's to capture any fire that starts in the park from a southwest.
Capture is probably the wrong word. I would say slow down.
Thank you. Yeah. What about the westerly winds? Would you not, that same rationale, have a fire break on the east side to stop it getting out of the park?
So the east side, there actually are fields and roads on that east side already.
They were not outlined quite as well, or there were no buildings on that east side. So there were already either there was already a discontinuity of fuel on that east side, whereas on the western side there was no discontinuity of fuel in between buildings and the park.
And the big thing was the subdivision that is basically sitting on the border of the park. So we would like to have a fire slowed down if it was heading in that direction. where there's nothing on the east side.
Yeah, is there any more questions online? Okay.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Lucas. This is Joel and Jenny. And on behalf of our 4020 team, we'll be presenting our constructed wetland management plan. So we'd like to start off with our land acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that UNB and Base Gagetown stand in the unsurrendered and unceded traditional Wolastoqey land. The lands of the Wabanaki people are recognized in a series of peace and friendship treaties to establish an ongoing relationship of peace, friendship, and mutual respect between equal nations. So here we have a brief table of contents outlining the components of our presentation. We'll begin with the project overview. We'll go into the goals, objectives, our methods, get into the results discussion, recommendations, cost analysis, and then to our monitoring and follow-up programs. We also have a couple terms and abbreviations we'd like to define before commencing. So we have DND, standing for Department of National Defense. We have RTA, which stands for Range Training Area. 5CDSB, which is 5th Canadian Division Support Base. We defined our natural wetlands as being a seasonally or permanently flooded area supporting diverse flora and fauna. We defined our constructed wetland as a man-made wetland replicating a natural wetland ecosystem. And we have SARA, which maybe you know is the Species at Risk Act. So our client for this project, as we've seen, is the Department of National Defense and took place on the 5th Canadian Division Support Base, Gagetown. Our contact on base throughout the completion of this project and who joins us here today is Rebecca Lightway, an environmental specialist working within the Environmental Services branch on base. So I'm not going to list everyone off. As you can see in the lovely photo, we have 11 members that make up our team. We took on various roles throughout the year, and you'll get to meet them when they join us on stage after our presentation. Here on the left, we're looking at the location and extent of Base Gagetown. And on the right, you see the base separated into the different training areas. So the highlighted areas are the specific training areas that we went to assess our wetlands, and specifically that's area 51, 50, 48, 21, and 18. Now, before we dive into details about our project, we'd like to discuss a brief history about the base and what happened that caused the need for our assessment. So in 1783, the village of Gagetown was founded. Nearly 200 years later, land was acquired to pursue military training, which led to the opening of Base Gagetown in 1958. To meet training requirements in the 90s, there were large areas of forest that were altered. Now, these land alterations resulted in erosion and sedimentation issues that resulted in long-term consequences. Several attempts were made to address environmental concerns with varying rates of success. So one of the course of action was to restore the function of the native landscape and construct natural wetlands. So this began in the early 2000s, reaching over 163 hectares of wetlands. And this brings us to present day and the purpose for our project. That purpose being to assess the functionality of these wetlands and compare them to the natural wetlands they're trying to imitate. Our findings were then used to determine any necessary acts of wetland restoration enhancement, as well as to provide recommendations for future wetland construction. Now, throughout our project, we had two main environmental goals. Our first goal is to improve monitoring and management of constructed wetlands, and this was to be done by recommending the best management practices and provide 3 suitable locations for future wetland locations based on our defined criteria. We then have our second environmental goal, which was to use our findings that we conducted by evaluating key ecological, physical, and hydrological indicators to develop management and monitoring guidelines. We then identified a social goal, and that was to ensure the safety the safety of the public, military personnel, civilian, and wildlife. We're going to do this by assessing road conditions and identifying hazards and ensuring safe passage to all users. So here's a general overview of the project, the steps we took over the past few months. We completed all our field work in the fall. We then compiled all our collected data, which allowed for an in-depth analysis, along with the creation and designation of functionality scores. With data analysis and wetland comparison completed, we were able to provide our monitoring and management recommendations. So to complete our inventory, preliminary GIS work was completed. This was to create site-specific maps. We then used those site-specific maps on Avenza. This allowed for navigation with ease, and it also allowed us to track specific features within the wetlands. As you can see, our inventory focused on 7 main categories. It was water quality, riparian veg, wetland canopy characteristics, soil conditions, carbon sequestration, wildlife, and then berms, roads, and culverts. So, as we all know, there are multiple types of wetlands. We thought we'd just run through the 4 that we found on base and surveyed to define them. So we ran into a fen, a swamp, and a marsh, and then defined as so. And of the total wetlands assessed, 20 were constructed and 9 were natural. So in each training area that we assessed a constructed wetland, we also assessed a natural wetland, and this was to ensure a proper comparison could be done as site conditions varied across base. As you can see in the table, 16 out of 20 constructed wetlands were classified as a marsh, 2 being a swamp, 1 a fen, and 1 being a shallow open waterway wetland. Now, 8 out of 9 natural wetlands were classified as a swamp or fen, being split equally. 1 classified as a shallow open water wetland, and none being classified as a marsh. Now, in addition to assessing the wetlands, we conducted road condition surveys as asked by our client. So these worked on a yes or no basis when evaluating the road conditions, and the criteria are as listed. So we took these into account and assessed the roads separately. We did take them into account when assessing the wetland overall, but only if the road fell into the 30-meter buffer of the wetland, as if so, it held the capacity to impact the functionality of the wetland. So this brings me to the next point. When we compiled all our field work, we were unsure how to directly compare our findings, and this led us to creating functionality ratings. And this was to allow that comparison to be done. So these functionality ratings were comprised of 5 main factors listed there. These criteria were determined based on desirable wetland conditions, and they contributed to a score for each specific factor. These scores for each factor were then compiled together to determine the overall functionality rating of the wetland. And then, as you can see, they're weighted differently. The weights were assigned on what we deemed most important to the functionality of a wetland. So our functionality criteria for vegetation is based on the following: the abundance of obligate wetland species, the abundance of facultative wetland species, that word gives me trouble, the abundance of established trees, and also the size of trees in diameter. The criteria for water quality was based off the following parameters: the pH, conductivity, and turbidity. And we assessed for these thresholds based off research that detailed natural wetland conditions. We then had our wildlife criteria, and this was based off species diversity, the presence of snags, invasive species, as well as indicator species. We then moved into carbon sequestration. This was based off herbaceous veg coverage, woody veg coverage, peat accumulation, soil conditions, moss coverage, and water coverage. And finally, we're assessing soil conditions. This was based mainly on the criteria of texture and drainage, where values were assigned if desired conditions were met, and those desired conditions were poor drainage and texture classes with high clay content.
So
So now we're going to move into the results of these functionality ratings. So first, looking at vegetation, we did an ANOVA test to compare the results of the data sets collected at both the natural wetlands and the constructed wetlands. And from these results, we determined that there was no significant difference between the data sets. But in both the constructed and natural wetlands, the greatest abundant tree was gray birch. In terms of functionality, the average stem size did not reach the outlined functionality requirements in 11 constructed wetlands and 3 natural wetlands. And overall functionality rating was a 51% for the constructed wetlands with a standard deviation of 24%. And for the natural wetlands, it was a 63% with a standard deviation of 17%. Moving on to water. Water quality was only assessed at 13 of 29 of the assessed wetlands, and that was because of trouble getting the YSI meter to actually do these measurements. So for all measured parameters, statistical tests were done that proved that there was no significant difference between the natural wetlands and the constructed wetland data sets. And in terms of functionality, all wetlands scored above 50% and met the minimum requirements, with 9 of these wetlands reaching all of the requirements, and the remaining 4 having high turbidity, so they only met 2 of 3 requirements, and that was 3 natural wetlands and 1 constructed wetland. Moving on to wildlife, there were indicators of wildlife presence in 25 of 29 wetlands assessed. Of the constructed wetlands that had snags within, most of them were class 4 and 5. Beavers were the most common identified species, having indicators in 16 of 29 of the assessed wetlands. There were no invasive wildlife species identified in any of the wetlands that we assessed. And in terms of functionality, there were 5 wetlands in both the natural and constructed that rated 75% or higher. And while scoring functionality, the biggest limiting factor was the presence of snags, and that was that only in 6 wetlands did snags score a 0.5 out of 1. Moving on to carbon sequestration, we found that herbaceous vegetation was more abundant in constructed wetlands than in the natural wetlands. And also when it came to parameters such as organic soil depth and hydric soil conditions, which includes soil texture and soil drainage, the natural wetlands overall outscored the constructed wetlands. And in terms of functionality, there were 5 wetlands in both the natural and constructed that scored between a 50 to 74% on the functionality ratings. But overall, the natural wetlands scored higher than the constructed wetlands, with 6 of 11 of the natural wetlands scoring above 50%, and only 5 of 18 constructed wetlands scoring above 50%. Moving on to soil. The most common drainage class that was associated with both the natural and constructed wetlands was poor drainage, and this is what we expected of wetland soils. And that would be that 52 of 87 of the pits that were collected, because there were 3 pits collected at each wetland and there were 29 wetlands, were classified as having poor soil drainage. Soil texture amongst constructed wetlands was primarily sandy clay, and amongst natural wetlands was a sandy loam. And there were a total of 4 wetland pits that were classified as having organic matter soil as their texture class, with 3 in the natural and 1 in the constructed. For functionality, there was an overall score of 59% between all of the wetlands. 70% of the natural wetlands were considered to be functional according to the criteria that we gave for soil conditions, and only 47% of the constructed wetlands reached this functionality scoring. And the biggest limiting factor in our soil analysis was that drainage class was not characteristic of or preferred to be that of wetland site conditions, and this overall decreased functionality scoring. Moving on to roads, when assessing road conditions, we observed that most of them were made of riprap, soil, and crushed rock, and many of them ranked high on the priority of reconstruction portion in our tables, and this is because that they were in poor condition. Most of the roads were between poor and moderate functionality, with only 4 considered when looking at the impact on the wetlands because they fell within the 30-meter buffer of these wetlands. The biggest issue in these roads was that there was water pooling and erosion. Now moving on to the overall functionality scorings when we compiled everything together between all of the criteria. So these tables outline everything after doing our final scores. So this top table is just an example of how we got the final scores with each criteria and their weighting. And this says that it includes water quality because water quality was only taken at a subset of these wetlands. So everything on all of the wetlands on these tables include water quality, and therefore the weightings are adjusted as such. So the bottom tables, what to take from the bottom tables is that 1, constructed natural wetlands outperformed constructed wetlands in our functionality scorings, and 2, the most common problem amongst both tables was carbon sequestration. And this is just sorry. And this is just the remaining tables that didn't include water quality data. And taking what to take from these tables is that also the same as the last tables, that natural wetlands outperform constructed wetlands in functionality scoring, and that both vegetation and carbon sequestration are the most common areas of concern in the constructed tables, in the constructed wetlands. Now looking at our sensitivity analysis for models. Our sensitivity analysis used ArcGIS Pro to model a low grade versus a moderate grade flooding event on all 13 wetlands that had water quality data. And we did this because we wanted to see how the topography would support a flood at different levels and different intensities. It's important to note that these models do have limitations, that being that the models only take into account the actual structure of the land and not any of the hydrological features associated with the wetlands. So when you see water, it's just talking about the differences in height versus the height of the land to the height of the water. So if you see a lot of water, it's just because it could possibly be there. It's not that it definitely will be there in the case of these flooding events. So this map shows one of the flooding events run on a natural wetland, with the dark blue being our moderate flooding at 0.3 meters, or approximately 0.3 meters, and the light blue being at our light flooding at approximately 0.1 meters. So I just don't want you to worry. It's not going to turn into a peninsula, guys. It's just saying that the land there is slightly lower than the flooding. And this is the exact same model run on a constructed wetland. And the biggest difference between them is that you can see that the flooding is much more contained in this wetland, and that's due to the structure of the berms really containing the water after the floods. So our biggest takeaways from these flooding models was that overspill was observed at areas in the wetlands where the berms were more deteriorated or lower, and that spillover was more likely to be seen in natural wetlands than in constructed wetlands. And for our riparian zone impact, that the most notable difference between the two maps was that the potential direct impact of the riparian zone was limited when it came to the constructed wetlands because the water was more contained and there was less connectivity between the flooded areas. Whereas in the natural wetlands where spillover was allowed to roam where it may, that there was more connectivity and more direct impact on the riparian zones.
All right, thank you, Jenny. So from here, we'll move on into our recommendations for the constructed wetlands on the base from now into the future. So there are 4 areas where we'll be making recommendations. I'll begin with our suggestions around the berm structure, and from there move into how we'd like to improve the quality of the wetland and riparian vegetation. Then we'll discuss wildlife, and lastly how future wetland site selections occur. So current berms around the constructed wetlands are designed with a 1:3 slope ratio in mind, which is about 18 degrees. We observed on these that erosion and soil conditions were generally poor, with underdeveloped riparian vegetation. Looking at option A, by reducing these to a 1:5 slope, or about 11 degrees, around future constructed wetlands, we can create a larger, more gradual littoral shelf for the establishment of wetland vegetation, as well as by reducing the risk of losing berm material due to sloughing into the wetland itself. So for those berms where the wetland is bordered by some non-wetland landscape, so option B on the right-hand side, we can reduce the amount of fill material required by keeping the outside slope at that original 1:3 ratio. Furthermore, the reduction in berm slope will provide a more accessible ingress and egress to wildlife, and the greater width provided should also reduce penetration and therefore damage caused by beavers and muskrats in the course of their own natural habitat modification. Moving on to our recommendations for improving vegetation around the wetlands, there are a number of tree species native to New Brunswick that are either obligate to or facultative to wetland ecosystems across a range of successional stages, from speckled alder and red maple in the early stages to willows and black spruce as those wetlands mature. So these will be aided by our proposed adjustments to that berm slope, as I've mentioned, through the provision of more habitat for these species to establish in. Of course, the success here isn't guaranteed. As you can see in the table at the bottom there, the success rates vary quite a bit from species to species. Speckled alder, for example, is quite variable depending on those site conditions, from 10 to 50% survival. Now, we propose making some amendments around those planted areas to improve that success rate by adding straw or some other clean biodegradable material as a ground cover to add local organic matter, increase the seed germination rates, and ultimately further decrease any potential erosion. So one of the big limitations with this project was the timing involved in our field data collection. Now, because our assessment occurred from mid-September to November, local wildlife presence was much reduced from the busy summer season, especially our many migratory bird species, which had largely moved on by that point in the year. So our recommendation here is to increase the frequency of monitoring to establish a better baseline on which species are consistently utilizing those constructed wetlands during the summer months, as well as to gain a more informed understanding of which critical habitat is present for species at risk, which we were not able to locate during our assessment period, but have historically been recorded on the base, such as wood turtle and Canada warbler. There were a number of nesting boxes present within the existing constructed wetlands, and there was evidence that they had been used quite extensively in the past. So we are proposing to continue implementing these in the future. Now, to meet our environmental objectives, we needed to identify several potential sites for future constructed wetlands. These were determined using ArcGIS to discover where soil had a heavy organic matter component. From there, we searched for nearby water inflows and outflows that these new wetlands can be incorporated into. With that, we also wanted to minimize any disturbance that would occur as much as possible. So this added the requirement that there would be nearby roads to access the site, as well as finding a way to incorporate the natural topography to limit the number of artificial berms needed, and by placing these wetlands in natural depressions in the landscape. So our final criteria here was to limit our selection to those range training areas with low levels of training. This in particular is to allow those wetlands to develop over time with as little human-caused disturbance as possible. Now, here we can see an example of one of our proposed future wetland sites in range training area 38. The proximity of large areas of wetland that you can see in that lighter white-gray color implies that local conditions are suitable to meet many of our site goals, and the presence of a watercourse passing through that area provides the required inflows and outflows to feed the wetlands. Note how on the bottom right there's a clear established canopy around the proposed site, which we think can act as a seed source for revegetation in the future. I'll just touch lightly here on the cost analysis. Apologies. For our revegetation recommendations, based on the work of last year's ForEM D project team, we've identified some facultative and obligate species, as noted before, and the cost to plant per individual seedling or rooted cutting in the case of willows, which we estimate will be the most labor intensive. So these generally vary in price, but generally like 25 cents to $2 on an individual basis, and then that labor cost involved is based on the assumed intensity just from past experience. Now, if we want to add on to our management with adding in that straw to amend the soil, we're estimating that it'll be an extra $37 per kind of 1,000 pounds that we spread out over the course of that area. Now that cost, of course, will vary depending on whether it's performed by an outside contractor or within ESB itself. And now I will mention our monitoring plan and how we envision the follow-up to occur. So we've envisioned a 5 to 10 year monitoring plan for any newly constructed wetlands, as well as the continuation monitoring that ESB has been doing already on those that exist. Soil and carbon sequestration and vegetation health are crucial indicators of our wetlands baseline health and its ability to support an ecosystem. So we suggest that these parameters and trends be assessed yearly. This frequency allows tracking of any changes and trends over time, providing a clear picture of the wetlands progression and helping to adapt our management practices as needed. Now, on the other hand, with our wildlife dynamics, the spread of invasive species and fluctuations in water quality, these can all change rapidly and require some more frequent monitoring. So we recommend assessing these categories on a monthly basis where reasonable. This higher frequency can generate a larger data set, helping to understand our short-term trends and variations. This kind of detailed monitoring will help us detect any potential issues early and allowing for earlier interventions to mitigate impacts and support the wetlands development. Now, this is a breakdown of what we expect to occur over a 10-year monitoring cycle. The first 1 to 2 years are for establishing our baseline data set for all parameters, including water quality testing and wildlife surveys. If invasive species are detected, then a management plan can be created to deal with that issue early and prevent further spread. Years 3 to 5 involve continuing to monitor these parameters and evaluating trends to address any negative changes from the first 2 years data, and to kind of build that adaptive management plan, such as by adjusting invasive species control methods. And finally, in years 6 to 10, if that monitoring is deemed necessary to continue for that length of time, that can be spent with further monitoring and evaluating long-term trends to further refine our management strategies across future constructed wetlands. So let's just take a moment and revisit our goals and objectives. We had two main environmental goals, the first being to improve monitoring and management of constructed wetlands. This is to be done by recommending best management practices and providing 3 suitable locations for future wetland construction. The second being to use our findings from evaluating key ecological, physical, and hydrological indicators to develop management and monitoring guidelines. We consider these to have been met at this time. Then we identified a social goal, and that was to ensure the safety of the public, military personnel, and civilian workers, and wildlife by assessing access conditions to identify hazards and to ensure safe passage for all users. We consider this to be ongoing as the assessment's been made, but any further remediation or reconstruction will need to be implemented in the future. And I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge now the many people who have contributed to this capstone project. I'd like to thank all members of the ForEM faculty who assisted through your feedback, years of expertise and technical skills. I'd like to thank those folks from the Department of Environment and Local Government for their time and assistance as we learned to assess these wetlands. And lastly, I'd like to thank our client's representative, Rebecca Whiteway, for all the information and feedback that you've provided over the course of this project. So thank you to all of you. Like to open the floor up for any questions that you may have.
I'd just like to start off by saying thank you, and you did a very good job. I'm sure you put a lot of work into this project, and it shows. So thank you from myself and everyone in my department. I'm definitely looking forward to looking at the full report and digesting all the information that you just presented. Specifically, I have a question about one of the constructed wetland, like future recommendations with one of the wetland shapes.
Yep.
I think it was kind of like a U shape.
Yep.
I'm just wondering what was the reasoning behind that, and was that the sole location you recommended a constructed wetland?
Yeah, go for it.
We recommended 3 sites, not just that one, but we just put the one in for the presentation, the other 2 in the report. But the shape is not necessarily going to be that shape. It's what Joel's recommendation with the berm structure, that we'd like that implementation on that site.
Okay, so it wasn't necessarily that shape, just that general.
No, but we would like only the 3-sided, I think, is what we.
Yeah, to match the topography there, I think.
Okay, and given the berm slope and how compacted they are and how dry they can be, do you think the recommendation with the planting of, say, willow cuttings and the addition of hay would be enough to sustain the vegetation and stay on some of these constructed wetlands?
I think definitely in the short term, and to go with the that 5 to 10 year monitoring cycle, that may have to be reassessed as we go. Like that hay will break down, of course, and some will be lost to weather and flooding and various things. So I imagine some of that may have to be reapplied periodically.
Okay, and if you could do this project again over, is there anything you would do differently?
I'd say we learned a lot of things during our initial session. It was kind of our strategy to test as many things as possible and see what would come back with relevant data, and kind of narrow down our focus once we found those pinpoint specialized things.
And one thing to know, like what we measured is just like a snapshot in time, like the water quality we wouldn't have been doing it in the fall, but that was our only option. We would do it over a longer period of time. And there is a few like indicators that we would have changed looking back at the project.
Awesome, thank you guys.
I guess I'm just curious what the purpose of the constructed wetlands are.
Yeah, so the purpose is to like compensate for the loss of a natural wetland. So whenever there's a loss of a natural wetland, there's a ratio in which that a new constructed wetland gets reconstructed or compensated. And yeah, it's a 2-to-1 ratio, but it's 2-to-1 per hectare. So it's not like you lose one natural wetland per se, and then you put 2 constructed. It's one natural of a certain size, and then you do another certain size of constructed to try to remediate that loss.
So these would be losses incurred on the base?
Correct.
Joel?
Yeah, I just had a question about money. I know you guys mentioned some of the processes that you underwent to kind of analyze that. I was just wondering, did you guys by any chance look into the effect that the kind of millions of beavers on base may have on the wetlands?
Yeah, we did.
And how that may affect the future kind of compositions?
For the constructed ones, we found that wherever there was a berm that was eroded, beavers were actually a good thing, because they kind of like try to fix up their own habitat in a sense, being that if there was there was quite a few instances where like an entire side of a berm was eroded, and then the beaver would go and block it up, so it would help maintain the water flow within that system. But within the natural,
like they were kind of continually shifting the borders of those natural wetlands. I mean, we all know kind of that beavers are a environmental engineer, but like long term, I imagine that they'll provide like their own natural compensation to what has been lost and asked.
Yep.
But on the other side of the constructed, they also made it so that constructed wetlands mimicked more of a natural wetland area. In places that they didn't dam up, they would flood out roads. And there was a few wetlands beside each other where we were up in our waists walking through trying to find a road that no longer existed. So they can do either a lot of good with containing water and flooding, or opening up wetlands and making them more natural.
Maddie.
Great job presenting, Jenny, Joel, and Lynn.
Thank you.
Way to go. And also relating to the roads that didn't exist, Jordan and I worked on this project last year. We really relate to that.
Yeah.
Base is pretty hard to navigate. That being said, you guys did 18, 21, 48, 50, and 51 for range training areas?
Yes.
I might have missed it in the presentation, but the use as regarding training varies a lot between those range training areas. Did you guys decide to, in your recommendations, to prioritize management for any of those? Because I know that like 21, for example, we sampled that last year, I think, and it was a lot. It's where the general maneuvering area is. So did you guys notice a difference in quality? Because I did see it was a little lower on the scale there, but if there was any priority for management in those areas.
I think the impact of the training across those, while there was that small dip there, it wasn't really significant on a broader scale. So in the report, I think we touch on that a bit, but it's really not of a high priority in this case.
Yeah. Originally, we had looked at high impact versus low impact for training, and when we had gotten our preliminary data sets and started doing statistical analysis, and it showed that there wasn't a very great difference, then that's kind of when we put it on the back burner and started just working with our recommendations as a whole, constructed versus natural.
Cool, thank you.
Kenzie.
I might have missed it in the presentation, but what was your rationale between weighting your different parameters differently that you used to assess functionality?
Yeah, so pretty much like in terms of functionality, if it's like
trying to think how to best answer this. It's what kind of has the most impact on said constructed wetland. So being that like a vegetation has a higher impact because it impacts like soil quality, erosion, that kind of thing. So whenever we were looking at trying to determine which had a better weight, then vegetation, for instance, was at the top. I think it was 30%, wasn't it? Yeah. And then below that would have been the other selected things. And then we looked at roads completely separately to that, being that only the roads that fell within 30-meter buffer were looked at within being like having an effect overall on the wetland. And every parameter within each functionality, so like all the different characteristics, they all had their own kind of weights within them. So I know, for instance, within the roads, it was like potholes had a higher like decrease in functionality than let's say like just the odd water or sedimentation within dishes, that kind of thing.
Does D&D or did you guys make a plan to mitigate the inevitable tenacity of the beavers in terms of mitigating damage to infrastructure on the basin? Just kind of see what happens.
We do have people who are like trained for just wildlife control, and if they were impacting a culvert or any horizontal infrastructure, they would do that way, but not necessarily proactive management.
Just if it happens.
Yeah.
Great question. Do you have a question? Yeah.
Yeah, just I may have missed it, but you guys identified 3 recommended sites for constructed wetlands. So I'm just wondering how you identified those. Like, you define a set of rules that could be applied at large scale?
Kind of.
If someone wanted to search all of New Brunswick for...
Yeah, we kind of primarily focused on looking at GIS data, and we identified areas that are obviously not on a steep slope, right? So it has to be relatively flat. It has to have an influx and outflow of nearby water. Another thing would be that it should be at the bottomest end of this, or the lowest end of the slope, so that one of the sides of said slope could then be used as a natural section of the berm. So like you would have 3 constructed sides and then 1 natural side, so that it could then have a better impact on the constructed wetland overall.
And to add,
So were you able to build that into an algorithm, or were you manually searching for those criteria?
so what we first started with was the New Brunswick forest soils layer, or there's a database that we found with that. ARP gave it to us, or helped us find it, and it identifies all the different soil types in New Brunswick. When we narrowed into the base, then we looked for organic matter as that soil type, because that's what we look for in wetlands to sequester carbon, and that's how we look. So we looked within those sets, and there was only a small amount of organic matter area that had that classification for soil. So it narrowed down our search a lot. So we were looking within small sections.
And within the context of the base too, like we were looking for the range training areas that had like lower activity levels, just to minimize that human disturbance moving into the future.
Any questions online?
They're both from my office, by the way.
Okay.
Kent Bell.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Well, great job, everyone. That was really interesting to watch. I'm the biologist here on base, so I have a pretty good knowledge of the wetlands here. But I just wanted to ask you a bit about disturbance and the soil conditions that you found within the wetlands. So between the constructed wetlands and the natural wetlands, it's kind of interesting to hear that the natural wetlands had a better soil condition overall, especially considering their relative ages are completely different. They could be 50 to 10 years old versus the constructed wetlands we know to be close to 20 years old. So I just wanted to get your sense on how different the natural soil conditions were in those wetlands versus the constructed?
Okay, I can touch on that a bit. I mean, so the perimeters of all of our wetlands, that's where we complete, from the edge of the riparian area, that's where we completed our soil pits, and we did 3 per wetland. That being said, most of the constructed wetlands, whenever that area fell on a berm, so there was quite a few scenarios in which we would go to dig a pit and then we'd hit instantly crushed rock. So as that was something that would kind of retain the water in that sense, being that when we went to a natural wetland, there was more, you could clearly see the identifiable layers of the soil rather than hitting some kind of crushed rock in a sense. Jenny, do you want to speak on that?
Yeah, so also within our soil condition functionality scorings, there was drainage. And when you look at the drainage of the natural wetlands, because water was better dispersed and not as contained, it usually had poor drainage or very poor drainage, whereas on these berms, there was sometimes no water pooling in these pits that we dug. So when going and giving them scoring numbers, you have to take into account not only the texture, but the amount of water that pooled in these pits, or the amount of water around the pit area or in our plots. So because in wetlands you imagine that, or you would characterize the soil as being hydric if it had poor conditions or draining conditions, then when you looked at the natural wetlands, it would give it extra marks basically for having poor drainage in the soil.
Okay, that's interesting. I just have one more question before I go. I noticed that you have 3 different kinds of wetlands that you identified. I assume they're all for the natural ones? Fen, swamp, and marsh?
There was 4. There's the other one was open or shallow open waterway, but yes.
Yes. Were the constructed wetlands also included in those categories, or were they a category of their own?
Yep, they most fell in the marsh category, correct? Marsh or shallow open waterway.
Yeah, I believe it was 16 out of the 20.
Yeah.
Okay. So did you go to only wetlands that were identified as mapped, or did you find some additional ones and constructed all the surveys on those?
Just the mapped ones.
Okay. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
One more online.
Hi there, my name is Dreama. I as well work here at Base Gagetown. And just a few questions, and thank you once again for the work you've put in. I was wondering if you had considered using the standardized model for assessing the function of wetlands. The one, there's one specific for Atlantic Canada.
The WESP, Wetland Ecosystem Services.
Yeah.
I didn't really apply it.
Yeah, so we had looked at that originally, and kind of pulled a lot of what we were assessing from that, as well as a few other options. But we found within the context and scope of what we were trying to do, it was overly complex, valid in its own right, of course, but kind of overly complex for what we were looking for.
Okay, thank you. I was just looking for your opinion on that. So would you be confident in your functionality rating that you provided that we could use for management decisions?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah. I would agree with it. I think that each, as I was kind of saying earlier, I think a lot of the functionality that we have, it's all weighted relatively. So some things have a greater impact than say others. So that being said, I would think that each separate criteria, you could definitely put what we did is we did each separate criteria, weighted it by itself with its own separate characteristics, all weighted to have one kind of end answer for the functionality of that, and then after which we would add all of those functionalities together, give an average, and then that would say the functionality overall for that said characteristic, which after which we added them all together and did an overall wetland functionality rating, with each having their own separate weighted scoring. So I would say, in my personal opinion, I would say that yes, I would use that for management.
Our process with successive iterations, obviously we'll have some refinement, I think, but at the end of the day, valuable.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking forward to reading the report and the definitions of functionality, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to hear from the group who's been working with D Irving, which is also my 4020 project, and then we'll break for lunch, and we'll come back from lunch at 12:30.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Seth McDonald. This is Sean O'Connor, and this is Ben Vanderwater, and today we'll be presenting on behalf of JDI's 4020 group project. Where's the clicky? Oh, there it is. We respectfully acknowledge that UNB stands on the unsurrendered and unceded traditional Meduxnekeag land. The lands of the Wabanaki people are recognized in a series of peace and friendship treaties to establish an ongoing relationship of peace, friendship, and mutual respect between equal nations. The river that runs by our university is known as the Willistic, along which live the Willistiki. The people of the beautiful and bountiful river Willistic is also called the St. John River. So our 4020 project flowed a bit differently from many of yours. We had a cooperative relationship with our client JDI. They provided us data sets, which we then stratified and then made modeling, and they provided mentorship during our Woodstock modeling process. As well, our land base is quite large, comparatively speaking to other 4020 projects. We had around 45,000 hectares, and JDI's Deersdale Industrial Freehold land base. And today we'll be going through our trade-off analysis, management objectives, and how we went about completing those challenges ahead of us to meet our objectives. So our goals and objectives, so our goal being create a sustainable wood supply model over a 100-year time horizon on the 45,000 hectare freehold land base. So we had wood supply objectives, conservation objectives, and carbon objectives. Our wood supply objectives were being non-declining wood supply over 100-year planning horizon, maintain product ratios to ensure that pulp volume does not exceed 25% in volume, conservation objectives being 10% of old forest and late successional on our land base, as well as adherence to internal and provincial policies regarding conservation. And then our carbon objective is to have a non-declining carbon stock over our 100-year planning horizon as well. So we have some stakeholders and right holders involved with the land base. Naturally, the New Brunswick and federal government providing policy and legislation to JDI, and then JDI being a large law-abiding company would abide by those. Sustainable Forestry Initiative, JDI has certification with that organization, and that's very important to their consumers of their products. People being like large companies like Home Depot and stuff want to see who they're buying their products from have these certifications, as well as recreationalists, because there's most of Deersdale is actually ungated. There's public access everywhere. So that'd be ATVers, snowmobilers, or people enjoying Ayers Lake, as well as Indigenous right holders who have claim to the province. Here's Ben Vanderwater.
So I'm going to briefly describe our inventory and modeling methods. As Seth already said, this is a bit of a different project. We did not do any field days. JDI provided an inventory to us, consisting of an enhanced forest inventory, photo-interpreted stand layers, water, wetlands, roads, and unique areas shapefiles. So a bit more about the EFI, or Enhanced Forest Inventory. It uses LiDAR and calibration ground plots to predict forest level metrics, such as volume, live crown ratio, and many others. So in our data set, there are over 1 million points of representing a 10 meter by 10 meter grid across the land base. And it was a lot of data to go through. The photo-interpreted stand delineation was done from 2000 to 2008, and they were delineated to the top 5 species. These stands have been updated as needed since. Over the course of management, some of these stands have been harvested and planted since then, and there were over 15,000 stands in our section. So in regards to error and uncertainty with our inventory, there's inherent error when using an EFI, systematic error including co-registration, edge effect, and human error. As the inventory was provided to us, we do not know the confidence interval, but JDI uses this for their management planning, so obviously it's a pretty good inventory. A brief summary of what's on the land base just from a growing stock perspective. Today there is 5.1 million meters cubed on the land base, predominantly spruce fir tolerant hardwood with some components of other softwood, pine, and intolerant hardwoods. Here's an awesome little slide Steve made us that's an area breakdown of the land base by water, roads, conservation forest, and working forest. So one thing of note here, buffers in this slide represent working forest, but within our modeling we never actually harvested buffers, just to keep the modeling process a little bit simpler. Now onto the actual modeling methods themselves. We had a goal of projecting the change in the forest over time, focusing on timber volumes and different product yields essentially. There were two phases, stratification within GIS and modeling within Woodstock. So to stratify, we made 5 themes: management status, species group, site quality, management zones, and net merchantable volume class. A majority of these themes were produced because Woodstock needs yields so that you can tell it how much is in each stand. So we had to have these different yields to represent the variation and how different stands could grow. For example, a planted mixed spruce excellent site quality is going to have a very different yield than an even natural tolerant hardwood poor site quality. One thing here, management zones does not represent yields. It's more of just telling the model, a working forest we're going to harvest, but conservation forest we're not going to harvest. And net merchantable volume class is sort of a replacer for age in stands where we don't have a known age. You can assume that a stand from 0 to 50 meters cubed per hectare is going to be younger than a 250 meter cube stand. And here's I'm going to go through some of the stratification. Here is our management status map, showing that even natural takes up a large sum of the land base with a lot of other components. In total, it was 6 groupings based on the client's current management status that we had access to from the data they were given. And you can see on the table, even natural really does dominate the landscape, but it consists of managed plantations that are no longer in the plantation category, but also any untreated stands. For example, a hardwood at the top of a hill that's never been touched would be considered even natural just because we don't have much inventory information on it. Species groups are pretty broad. You can see once again it's kind of a tolerant hardwood mixed spruce forest with some other components. In total it was 8 species groups. If we did do it again, we would have a mixed wood component. It was something that we kind of dropped the ball on, and then it was too late once we remembered about that. And this is an interesting map I found, management zones. So when you look at the map, it looks like it's a lot of working forest, but in actuality, working forest is 35%, whereas conservation forest is 30%. And again, that conservation forest is not being touched at all over the course of our modeling. So from our model, there's no harvest happening in any of these deer yards, unique areas, or late successional forest habitat. And now onto Woodstock itself a little bit. What we did was take that stratified land base in GIS, upload that shapefile to Woodstock, which would then determine the combination of each theme by area. Then you could multiply the yields for the combinations of those themes to figure out what your growing stock is, your SFJ volume, anything you have a yield for. Then our operability in Woodstock was defined based on our client's current management, but was simplified a bit down for the scope of this project. And we made multiple scenarios to assess the effects of these various management directives we had, and Seth and Sean will go through that later. So a bit more on Woodstock itself. So Woodstock Optimization Studio is an integrated optimization modeling platform used for strategic and tactical planning. We chose it due to the scope and scale of the project and the scalability of Woodstock. We could apply our method to a 1 million hectare land base and it would still work. So Woodstock optimization, if you're in calc, you know a bit about. In Woodstock you want to use a solver. We use MOSEC as our solver for this, which is a software package for solving complex problems, turns it into fancy math, and then finds the best way to find a solution. And it's what we used because it was one of the most accessible to us here at UNB. And now on to Sean.
All right. So our management plan, or rather our recommended scenario, extends 100 years into the future. So I'm going to touch on some of the uncertainty involved with planning that far ahead. So the robustness and feasibility of a plan when projected into the future is addressed by assessing uncertainties. The further into the future your plan is projected, the greater the uncertainty. Uncertainties in our case, as you all know, are factors which can negatively affect the outcomes of our plan, but the extent and the severity of which is not fully known. For Deersdale, uncertainty is addressed with sensitivity analyses which seek to give a little insight for our client as to factors which can negatively affect the ability of our recommended scenario to achieve its wood supply objectives. For this project, we chose to tackle the enormous and multifaceted uncertainty that is climate change. 2023 was the warmest year on record, and the effects of climate change on forest ecosystems and natural disturbance regimes in North America is starting to be felt today. We sought to answer two big questions about how climate change affects our recommended scenario. The first of which is, what are the effects of climate change on the growth and yield of our top merchantable species? We accomplished this by using process-based models to calculate the difference in growth between our baseline and our SPE scenarios under different management plans. And the second question we sought to answer was, what are the effects of climate change on our natural disturbance regimes? We accomplished this by developing landscape-level risk scores for the top 3 disturbances in the Acadian forest, being wind throw, spruce budworm, and forest fires. These risk scores, under different management scenarios, under different silviculture regimes, and under our 3 different climate scenarios, will change. So you can compare your risk scores between 2 different management options for trade-off analysis, and you can compare the risk scores under these different climate scenarios. So what are our scenarios? Our first scenario is a baseline climate wherein there is no change, and we've included 2 representative concentration pathways. RCPs are just, for those of you who don't know, they're standardized emission trajectories that researchers use. They have a set amount of radiative forcing that changes over a 100-year time period. And we chose RCP 4.5 and RCP 8.5. 4.5, I won't get too much into the weeds of it, but it's a moderate climate scenario, and 8.5 is a high emissions climate scenario. Perfect. All right, so answering the question of the effects on growth and yield. As I mentioned earlier, we used a process-based model to tell the difference between the growth of our top merchantable species. The reason we did that, and the reason we chose picus as our process-based model, is because picus replicates the underlying biological, physical, and chemical processes that govern the structure and function of forest ecosystems. And the reason that's important to us, and the reason we had to choose an additional model alongside woodstock, is because you can change the climate inputs in picus and see how that affects the growth and yield of your merchantable species and the stand dynamics, i.e. like how they compete with one another through interspecific competition. We compiled data from around 200 model runs. The reason we did so many is because you have to account for the stochasticity inherent in the model, and that just means variability. And we compared our results to findings from similar methods, research that was done in the same vein. And how we did it essentially was we calculated the departure in growth between our scenarios and our baseline and built time-dependent growth modifiers for use in woodstock. And all that really means is when we use picus to change the amount of volume that you get out of your merchantable species, we took the difference between the baseline and our scenarios as a fractional difference or a percent. And over time, as our management plan progresses, we apply that period by period. So as 8.5 gets warmer and warmer, you see certain species do better and worse. This is the results from our analysis. You can see that spruce fir and jack pine saw a decline overall in the model. This is because these species are boreal adapted species, so they didn't respond positively to the change in growing degree days and the changes in soil moisture within picus. Eastern white pine is a temperate species, and temperate species performed overall better in picus because they were better adapted to that change in growing degree days and soil moisture. So they outperformed the other boreal species. Eastern white cedar also saw a slight decline over time. We think in picus it has to do with stand replacing disturbances, wherein the advanced regeneration that would have showed up from cedar got completely replaced by the temperate species, the more general species like red maple. So overall, our softwood analysis. There's some limitations to this analysis. The foremost limitation, of course, is in our spruce and fir. A quarter of Deersdale is plantations, and right now JDI is planting a ton of genetically improved seedlings that they use through somatic embryogenesis, genetic improvement, and the the allometric information and the physiological information for spruce in picus is natural spruce, not the spruce that they're planting today. So we're not accounting for that increase in growth, increase in drought resistance, increase in competition, and increase in wood products the JDI is quickly getting out of their spruce species, and they're at the forefront of the application of that science. And we thought about perhaps trying to account for tree improvement in this analysis, but because it's moving at such a quick rate and it's difficult to predict where that will go, we reckon that this decrease in fir will probably be very well buffered by that fact. So on to our hardwood analysis. They had a completely inverse relationship with climate, particularly in red maple, which increased, it almost doubled. Red maple is a generalist species. It's adapted to the warm climate, so it occupied that growing space that was left from declining species such as black spruce and balsam fir. White birch, however, is also it has great dispersal, and it's a generalist species. So why does it perform so poorly? It's because white birch is a boreal adapted species. So even if white birch is great with competition and it's great with dispersal, the increase in heat over time doesn't allow white birch to grow as much as it would. Sugar maple is a warm adapted species though, so why did it decline over time? This gives us a lot of insight on how picus works, and it's important to understand how picus works. Sugar maple, whenever picus decides to put some new regeneration in a stand that didn't have any before, it's going to pit it up against other species such as red maple and American beech. So most of the time when picus pits these two species against each other to compete, red maple and American beech win almost every single time. Now, this might not be a perfect representation of how Acadian forest stand dynamics actually work, especially given the fact that beech bark disease is a huge problem in this part of the world. So beech, wrecking sugar maple in the model isn't something that necessarily could happen in real life. And even though there are limitations to picus, it's important to understand these because it doesn't make picus less valuable. It makes it more valuable if you understand, the functions of how it works. And picus does have some deterministic aspects to it, so it's not a perfect replication of the Acadian forest, but it's very, very good. And I think these trends are what we were going to see in the next 100 years. So, into our disturbances. This is the wind throw risk score. Wind throw is the foremost disturbance in the Acadian forest. And the actual wind throw risk score for the land base is a very complicated thousands and thousands of lines of computer code, and it's not amazing for showing you guys visually. So this is just a simple visualization of the model and the factors which contribute to your risk score over time. The wind throw risk is divided into two types of factors. You got your stand attributes, which consist of pine percent, spruce fir percent, hardwood percent, top height, and canopy closure. And you have your enduring features, which stay the same throughout the model run. These stand attributes, these 5 that I've listed here, are super important for the risk score because as Deersdale grows over time in our woodstock model, these are the factors that are going to change over time depending on what type of silviculture mosaic is going to put on our landscape, and what the structure of our forest is going to look like will change. And that's how you can compare risk score between different management scenarios. So those are the stand attributes. The enduring features consist of mean annual wind speed and topographic exposure. Mean annual wind speed is very important here because areas with a higher relative mean annual wind speed compared to others on the land base are more likely to cross that 90 km/h threshold of unidirectional wind speed that causes wind throw to take place. So it's very important to include that. Additionally, there's this thing called topographic exposure, and I'll get into that right now. Topographic exposure is an index in of itself. It's a combination of multiple topographic features on the land base. It has to do mainly with the direction by which tropical and extratropical storms will pass through New Brunswick. They're going to come from the southwest, traveling northeast. So windward in our case is facing southwest, and leeward is facing northeast. We use hill shades to accomplish this because it gives high values to windward areas and low values to leeward areas. Aspect kind of captures the micro topography more because it lists the individual azimuth or aspect of each one by one cell in the entire land base. So, if you have pits and mounds, what side of the pit is windward, what side of the pit is leeward. Finally, slope is included in this equation because high slope tends to exacerbate the effects of wind when it crashes into the landscape. I'd love to talk about all the factors that go into this wind risk equation, but I gotta keep going. That line on the bottom there is the wind throw risk under a recommended scenario, which Seth will get into later. As you can see, it doesn't change very much over the course of the model. And that's good news for us because that means under a recommended scenario, we're not creating conditions across the landscape that are any more susceptible to wind throw than they are today. That being said, when you account for climate change, wind disturbances are expected to increase in frequency and severity over the next 100 years. When you take into account the change in return interval of wind disturbance across the landscape, you can see that the return interval decreases, and it's bad that the return interval decreases, because that means more of the landscape at any point in time will have been affected by a wind throw disturbance of X severity. When you apply that change to our baseline risk score, you can see wind throw risk increases 2 times for SCP 4.5 and 2.3 times for SCP 8.5. So that shows that that risk does increase for wind throw, and it's something to pay attention to. Our spruce bubworm risk score functions pretty similar to our wind throw risk score, wherein there are enduring features and stand attributes. However, the factors that contribute to this come from different research, and they're different factors. For species composition, spruce and balsam fir contribute to the equation, of course, and there's also basal area and quadratic mean diameter, which come together to form a stand attribute multiplier, which takes the risk score and intensifies it based on the stand attributes. Enduring features include site quality and drainage class. Research shows that areas with a higher site quality and a more well-drained site are more likely to have defoliation and mortality in a spruce bubworm event. So that contributes to the equation as features that stay the same throughout the model run. So this stand attribute multiplier, let's talk about that. The stand attribute multiplier consists of 2 factors which are equally weighed, basal area and quadratic mean diameter. Areas with a higher basal area and a higher quadratic mean diameter are more likely to be damaged in a spruce bubworm event compared to areas with a low basal area and low quadratic mean diameter. That contributes to the equation. So too does spruce percent and balsam fir percent. You can see there's some hardwoods in here in this equation, and that is accounted for by the species composition, which increases or decreases the score based on how much spruce or fir are in that particular stand. That line on the top there shows spruce bubworm risk over time under a recommended scenario. It increases quite a bit initially in our model, and that has to do with in woodstock we plant a ton of spruce, and you can see that as the amount of softwood increases, the risk increases in the first 10-20 years of the model. However, over time it decreases, and the reason it does is because the amount of fir on the landscape, we start phasing out fir generally under a recommended scenario, so we cut softwoods and we generally plant spruce in those instances. When you account for from earlier in Picus, the change in the abundance of spruce and fir on the landscape and apply it to the risk score, you see that the risk for spruce bubworm decreases quite a bit over the course of the model and is a low risk. Is determined as low risk by our sensitivity analysis. This also doesn't account for how the bug spruce bubworm itself is going to respond to changes in temperature, so it's probably going to be even lower in real life. The final risk score is forest fire risk. It's a more complex model than this, but to visualize it, it essentially scores every stand out of 5 based on these 5 features. Stand attributes include hardwood percent, softwood percent, and canopy closure, and the enduring features include slope and aspect. You'll notice we didn't use factors such as fine fuels and factors which better predict the likelihood of fire occurring. And the reason we chose these is because under woodstock, we need to be able to track the fire risk over time using variables we have access to. So we need to use EFI predicted features and stuff and variables that are within the yield curves over time. So we're a little limited in that sense by what we were able to predict over time and what we were able to have contribute to this risk score. But we used what the data we had access to. So it scores every stand based on its hardwood percent, softwood percent, canopy closure, slope, and aspect. The index is weighed by the amount of hectares that stand takes up, and then they are summed together to form an overall fire risk score for the land base. This line on the bottom here shows the fire risk score under a recommended scenario. It stays relatively the same over time, so once again that means that over time through our recommended scenario we're not creating conditions that are any more susceptible to forest fire than there are today. That being said, this score mainly has to do with stand attributes when you account for the predicted change in the fire weather index of the Acadian forest over time. Particularly in RCP 8.5, you can see that fire risk increases significantly when applied to the original risk score. That being said, GDI is very good at fighting fires. They have a well-equipped and well-trained ability to fight fire. So I have a lot of confidence in GDI. So now Seth will get into our management scenarios.
Hey there, everybody. So we have 4 scenarios that were created through our woodstock modeling process. Maximize carbon focused more on conservation, whereas the other 3, maximize harvest volume, maximize harvest of SFJ, as well as maximize plantations, more industrial focused. So all 4 of these scenarios have different priorities with their decision making. Maximize carbon is prioritizing conservation and growing our carbon stock over our planning horizon, which is one of our main goals and objectives. Maximize harvest, there it is, it's interested in the most harvest volume. So say an example of this might be, there's a hardwood stand on one side of the road, and the other side of the road there's a softwood stand, but that softwood stand is merchantable species but has a little less volume. Maximize harvest volume is interested in the most volume. It's going to harvest that hardwood. However, in the opposite end of things is maximize harvest of FSJ products. Opposite thing, right? Even if there's less volume in that SFJ stand, on the other side of the road there is a bit more hardwood. This is prioritizing those merchantable species. Maximize plantations is just utilizing like a pretty focused plantation process where it's kind of like looking at, like, say, a stand that's growing. As soon as that plantation is ready for harvest, it harvests right away and replants, and is mostly just paying attention to the plantations it's already created. So here's a comparison of the 4 scenarios with their annual allowable cut. So as we can see, max carbon is pretty much running around 0 the whole time, which is kind of unsurprising. And here we see our 3 industrial scenarios with a pretty similar relationship with their AAC, with max plantation sort of plateauing earlier than the other 2. So when we look at total area harvested, same thing, max carbon's running almost 0. However, max plantation sort of pitters out earlier than the others, and that's mostly because its reliance on managing its same plantations over and over again. Whereas max harvest has the most area, which makes sense because it's looking for the total volume, the biggest volume making harvest every planning period. And then max SFJ is just trailing behind it, sort of. And then our total volumes, unsurprising, max harvest has the highest volume out of all of our planning scenarios, and unsurprising is max carbon naturally has the lowest. And that's due to because that max carbon scenario has very minimal silviculture or harvesting planning at all. Like we said, the main objective with that scenario was conservation and carbon stock, whereas the other 3 industrial ones are trying to meet social, economic, as well as conservation values, and we're seeing how they kind of like end up competing. So when we look at our softwood products, as we can see here, the 3 industrial scenarios, they're kind of like are almost braiding around each other, having a bit of a dance there. And it looks like max harvest might win out ultimately. However, max harvest SFJ ends up winning this one over our 100-year planning horizon by 1%. That might sound kind of insignificant, but over 100 years, it winning by 1%, that kind of gives us a bit more confidence that it might be our guy when it comes to choosing a scenario. So we'll look at product ratios, which is also one of our key objectives from our client. Here we see Jack Pine. Naturally, the max carbon for Jack Pine, it doesn't have the same relationship the other 3 industrial scenarios have. It's not getting managed, there's no thinnings, there's no harvesting going on. It's just kind of doing its thing in the woods, whereas the other industrial ones kind of have a similar pattern. Then if we look at balsam fir, as we can see, all 4 scenarios, there's that decline, and that goes into what Sean was sort of saying. We will be harvesting balsam fir, but when we're moving forward, we're not focusing on planting it as much moving forward. That's why there is that dip in balsam fir volume over time and our product ratios. But then when we look at our spruce group, this time max plantation is actually the odd one out. So as stated earlier, product ratios are very important to us in this whole process. Max plantation has very low saw log volume, which doesn't really make it a very viable candidate to us moving forward. As well, max harvest is very good at getting volume. However, we don't have absolute faith in its decision making. So it might choose a hardwood stand where there's a very viable softwood stand that's right next door that it could cut, but instead it's going to go for the hardwood because it has a bit more volume. So due to that, we appreciate the decision making that max harvest SFJ has over the other options, and we select that as our recommended scenario. So here's max harvest SFJ with its AAC percentage as well as its AAC volume. And then another objective of ours was to ensure that our growing stock and carbon had a non-declining growth over the 100-year planning horizon, which max harvest SFJ also accomplishes. So just to reiterate all of our goals and objectives: create a sustainable wood supply model over our 100-year planning horizon, And our wood supply objectives: non-declining growth over the 100-year planning horizon, maintain product ratios to ensure that pulp volume does not exceed 25%, as well as our conservation objective, which is 10% of old and late successional. And as Ben Vanderwater said earlier, 30% of our land base is protected, and that's not including buffers or anything. And then adhere to internal provincial policy. We also adhere with providing buffers as well as maintaining wetland delineation and through the stratification process. And then our carbon objective was also met by not having a declining carbon stock over a 100-year planning horizon. So that's why we have faith in Maximize Harvest SFJ to be our recommended scenario to our client JDI, because it accomplishes all of these objectives that we set out. Come on over, guys. There's tons of room.
Yeah, what do you got for us?
Question. Well, first, I'd like to say we really enjoyed working with you guys. We haven't had a project like this forever, so it was a lot of fun working with you. And, I was just telling Grant what a hard job we have. When I look at the stuff that you put up there, I'm like, oh, we have a hard job. My boss is here too, so. I guess I don't want to start. I don't want to start with pieces of it. I wonder. I wonder if you had more time, what you would have spent more time on.
I think we probably would have spent a lot more time on modeling, a bit more time on stratification to represent the land base more, more comprehensive yields. We could have spent another 4 months on this project just all around. The risk scores, I bet Sean would attest to, we could probably have spent more time with them to quantify them a bit more, because right now they're just scores, so we know if they get worse, they're worse, but eventually maybe having something where we can say a risk score of this value represents this much loss per year. We could have also even started to put in actual value into the modeling, because right now it's just growing stock, but having a numerical value for how much our harvest in 2045 would be worth today would be a really nice thing to get into a model. But it's a lot of work to do in the time span we had.
And on a presentation level as well, we had to be pretty choosy with what figures we were going to show. We have a lot of figures. So it's kind of unfortunate. We kind of showed our main merchantable species, but if we had more time, we would have showed a lot of other species volumes to kind of help with that trade-off analysis. Because unfortunately, I don't know, I don't want to bore everyone on a Friday morning, but here's a zillion figures of why I chose Max SFJ. So if we had more time, that would have been nice as well.
I think so I like all the, because all the above is, absolutely legit. If it's me, if I wanted to see what I would want to see more of, would have been the back end on the front end. So you spend a lot of time on the data and the inputs on the risk analysis, but what are the scenarios, and the actual sensitivities, the things that sort of matter to us?
What are the management recommendations that you would make that your risk scores are informing?
Right.
How does that impact your recommended strategy, et cetera?
Right, because the recommendation is not max SFJ. It's all the things
you want to
that
see
are required
everything that's in that scenario, the optimized for you. We didn't want to throw a bunch of Woodstock code on there and give you a schedule for 40 slides to scroll through. That'll be more report stuff. You'll see a full schedule, full breakdown of the optimization, and really why it's doing what it's doing for max SFJ.
Awesome.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is just the movie adaptation. You gotta read the book if you want the whole story.
Yeah. Hey, Jason.
So great job. Really impressed how you guys were able to land the plane here, so to speak, with a project this size. So Couple thoughts / questions. One of them would be, in your max carbon scenario, I wonder what it would look like if you considered storage of carbon in solid wood products, sort of the harvestable product stream. Did you look at that at all, or is that it's just purely the forest carbon side of things?
Yeah, I mean, the ability to analyze the carbon that is stored in all the wood products that we get out of there, we would have loved to do a huge analysis on that and spend a lot of time with Andrew Willett. But one way we could have touched on that would have been touching on the amount of carbon sequestration instead of storage over time, because of course that's what you guys go for. And I'm sure it would have been a lot more carbon if you included all the wood products that carbon is stored in, compared to how low it was compared to the other scenarios.
I think it would have changed the outcome of the on your slide there. I think there would have been more harvesting.
Oh, I wouldn't be able to say anything to that. I wouldn't claim to know how much carbon gets stored throughout all those wood products.
We would also have to really know how much carbon is produced over the course of harvesting as well, because you want to account for that. Because if you're just saying this 2x4 is this much carbon, we're getting this many 2x4s, and they're going to go into that house for 80 years, but how much carbon was used in the production of harvesting, transportation, milling, and then transportation again? It's a lot of variables to look at.
Yeah, agreed. It's probably too much for handling a big land base, plus looking at the scope 1, 2, 3, and trying to really analyze that. I think it would change your analysis a bit. It wasn't the ask, I guess. So more of a question. The other one I might echo Grant and Ian on, I guess when we do these types of analysis, they're hard technically, but then, how do you remove yourself from it and say, what are the risks? Because ultimately, you've got an objective function, you've got scenarios, but the most important part for us is always what is the risk assessment really telling us? So if you could boil that down to 30 seconds, what would you say?
Yeah, sure. The results from the risk assessment regarding disturbances in particular, forest fire saw a moderate amount of severity and risk. Spruce budworm had a very low amount of risk. I wouldn't recommend changing your strategy any from what you're doing today. And as for wind throw, that one does increase significantly over time, and it does pose a certain amount of risk. If I could speculate, the mean annual disturbance rate for inland Nova Scotia is 1.5%, and I know that for a fact. If you were to apply that to Deersdale, and increase it by the amount that our wind throw risk increases for times 2 for RCP 4.5 and times 2.3 for RCP 8.5, when you do the math through that's an increase of 1,500 hectares by the end of your after the 100 years. That's 15 additional extra hectares of disturbed land. And if you account for the average severity, the majority of it's low and some of it's high, I did it at one point and it came out to about 10% of your AAC from just wind throw. I think that's the biggest takeaway from our risk analysis here. Is that more research is needed on what types of silviculture regimes can reduce the amount of wind throw.
Okay, thanks, guys.
So the competitive advantage of spruce and fir was expected to decline over time, but are those the same species that are most at risk of wind throw compared to hardwoods and white pine?
Yeah. So inside the wind throw model, the more spruce and fir there is in the model, your wind throw risk score increases. It was determined that the more composition of spruce fir inside of your stand, the probability of wind throw increases. So spruce fir would also be the more vulnerable species to wind throw. Additionally, this is something I didn't mention. I didn't break down the individual species, but it's important to note here that red spruce performed better than white spruce and black spruce. I lumped them all together in the summary, but it's very important to note that not all spruces are the same, and JDI is always thinking about that.
Just another question. Maybe can you go back a couple slides? I don't know which.
Good behaving. The competitive spruce fir one, where the three baseline and the 2 RCP or RPC scenarios.
Maybe
the ones you were thinking of.
Maybe just for one more.
That's the dump, yeah. So we didn't want to put a total even on there because then it brings all the levels down overall. So we were kind of just thinking, if we were writing it out in recommendations, we'd say you'd reassess towards the end of this planning period, and you wouldn't keep following our schedule in those last couple periods. Because it's Woodstock, you're optimizing, it wants to get the most value by the end of the model, so it just dumps everything those last couple periods and maximizes.
From a technical perspective, is there something you could include in your model to look at that?
We could have thrown an even flow on there, but then it would bring all the levels down, and we figured it might be easier to just follow this and then reassess towards the end. Because this is
always part of the management planning cycle. It's an adaptive sort of framework, right? You reassess every 5 years or whatever the interval is. You do a new management plans, right? They don't last for 100 years. They last for 5 or whatever. So you're always reassessing, where are we at? But, you're making recommendations on AAC based on an even flow over 100 years. And if, your AAC is being lifted because in periods 19 and 20, you're liquidating the growing stock, that's something that you might want to think about as impacting your AAC today. You've got an allowable kind of thing going on there.
The model's smart enough to anticipate that opportunity, and it sets itself up to do it. So it's not really real.
Yeah.
You just have to watch it.
The other thing I would add, just along the sort of same vein, is when you're talking about a model output, don't refer to the model as if it were an independent thinking entity. It's only doing what you tell it to do. It's solving a math problem, right? So it's kind of, models don't make decisions, people make decisions. And so, you've got to come up with something that you're comfortable with. And it's not an out to say, well, the model said this.
Can you go back to the Springford decline one for a minute? I said
Yeah, sure.
Should have said that.
no problem. Bruce for decline.
Oh, you can just go blush. Yeah, it's your thing.
So these ones were under your recommended scenario, guys? Just so
right here.
Yes, that's this baseline line here is the reason it's not just a flat line is because we have graphs with the percent difference, but this is under the recommended scenario.
So that was SF maximize spruce.
So it'd be maximize SF, like if I were to say it out, it'd be maximize SFJ times 1.5 plus hardwood, and then there'd be non-declining growing stock and a bunch of other things.
So showing the forest level impact here, not a stand growth and yield impact.
Yeah, this is
I have to specify that, the configuration, the parameters that this run was done under. That just looking at it, you wouldn't know whether there was harvesting or no harvesting in the run.
Yeah.
So it's a little unclear, and then it's unclear to me what starting points are different.
So essentially what that is that's not actually, it's not different scenarios under the RCPs. We would take our yields under our recommended scenario, multiply that by the yield multipliers. So if you followed the recommended scenario and we hit RCP 8.5, that's what your yields would be over time. So there would be enough volume in the land base, but if you followed that scenario under RCP 8.5, essentially you'd have a barren land base by the end of the model. But if we were to make more scenarios accounting for RCP 8.5, where we put that into our yields, that required whole new yield tables built and a separate model because, what are they called? It's a complex yield table where you can't multiply a time dependent by a complex within yields, so it all had to be done in outputs.
Can you speak to a little bit maybe to treatments and growth and yield, your approach to it in general? You did some PICUS modeling, that's great, but you did speak to how you came up with your growth yield forecast to begin with.
Well, yield curves themselves, we got quite a few from you guys, and then they did some modification of them, and then they did operability and stuff like that, primarily just based on general simplification of what we know happens for planning in New Brunswick.
Things asking about the climate ones.
Oh.
For PICUS run. Is that what you're asking about?
Oh yeah, so.
Still lost me on this though.
Yeah,
still not following you. Like I think you used the PICUS model to give you these multipliers, and you brought the multipliers over to Woodstock.
Yep.
To have it sort of like have the effect, sort of in a random scenario, in this case the baseline, under the different multipliers, this is what happened to the spruce per growing stock. Is that correct?
Yep,
Yeah,
it's
right?
it's attributed it's attributed to the outputs that you get out of it. You simply get the outputs, and then they are affected by the multipliers from the yield.
So the multipliers aren't actually you're not actually running the scenario with the multiplier in it. You're just applying the multiplier at the end.
Yeah, because what we would have loved to do is use Picus and make a ton of brand new yield curves, but because they're time-dependent growth modifiers, I can't put them right behind the age yield curves, and Woodstock wouldn't let it happen. So,
So you
unfortunately,
have to multiply every single yield at every single point in Excel for 88 yields or whatever it was, and that was just, that's a lot of brute force work to make it happen.
yeah, and this initial dip comes from because I know you asked about that, and I'm not sure if we answered it for you or not, but this initial dip comes from a multiplier. The very first period it gets multiplied, so 5 years from now, according to Picus, we're going to see a drop in volumes even after just 5 years. Because if it started in period 0, of course they would all be at the same.
Hello everyone. I'm Monica Sarkis. I'm Wolastoqiyik and Mi'kmaq. I'd like to take a minute to acknowledge my traditional homeland. Wabanaki nations, Wolastoqiyik, Mi'kmaq, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot signed the Peace and Friendship Treaties with the British Crown in the 1700s. The spirit and intent of these international treaties were to recognize rights held by the Wabanaki people, which ensured the Wabanaki nations maintain rights to lands and resources for themselves, their heirs, and the heirs of their heirs forever. The Wabanaki and British agreed to live side by side in peace, harmony, and friendship. They further agreed to coexist and establish respectful relationships with one another. In signing the Peace and Friendship Treaties, the British became a member of the Wabanaki family, and the Peace and Friendship Treaties have since been confirmed by Section 35 of the Canada Constitution. The Wolastoqiyik have loved and cared for our traditional Wolastoqiyik homeland since time immemorial. Traditionally, ancestral forest management was linked to our sacred coexistence with the spirits of plants, trees, and animals. Our respect for and reliance on the forest was the basis for the Peace and Friendship Treaties, enshrining our rights and responsibilities to hunt, fish, harvest, gather, and protect our homelands for those yet to be born. Today, Wolastoqiyik communities are left with slivers of land. In New Brunswick, our combined communities make up a mere 0.02% of our traditional 2,024,291 hectares of our traditional homeland. The Bell Forest and UNB are situated in unceded, unsurrendered Wolastoqiyik territory. Although our communities heavily object to New Brunswick's historical and current forest strategies, we appreciate settler organizations such as the Meduxnekeag River Association, who, just like us, aim to protect forests in their care and actively seek out collaboration with our communities. So I want to say thank you to MRA for the care and responsibility you take in our traditional territory. And I want to let Maddie and Abby, our charismatic and knowledgeable presenters, begin.
Thank you. Hello everyone, and thank you so much for being here today. My name is Maddie and this is Abby, and we are representing the Meduxnekeag River Association 4020 group. So here is our wonderful team. We are the largest 4020 group. So we are Kyle, Haley, Devin, Ben, Sophia, Abby, Livy, Chantel, Oliver, Gabe, Monica, Jeff, and me, Maddie. So to introduce our project, we've been working with a 55-hectare parcel of land owned by the Meduxnekeag River Association. It's called the Bell Forest and is located on the Meduxnekeag River in Woodstock, New Brunswick. Our clients are Jordan Green and George Peabody, who are affiliated with the MRA. And the Bell Forest is very unique because it is an Appalachian hardwood forest type. It is one of the oldest, most productive ecosystems in North America, which is home to over 180 different tree species, ground vegetation species, mosses, and lichen, and 43 of which are considered rare. Unfortunately, less than 1% of this forest type's original extent exists today in New Brunswick due to land use change, logging, and development. This is an outline of everything that Abby and I will be going over in this presentation today. And here are all of our goals that correspond with the deliverables we will be giving to the client. So first is to develop a conservation management plan for the Bell Forest, which considers climate change resilience, the protection of rare endangered species, and carbon storage. Next is to develop a comprehensive water quality monitoring plan. And third, to develop a strategic plan to acquire funding and more partnerships for the MRA. Here are all of our objectives that are associated with our conservation goal, and Abby will go over these in detail at the very end of the presentation to assess how our recommendations meet these objectives. Here are all of the water management objectives. And lastly, these are all of the social objectives for our social goal.
So now I'm going to talk a bit about our results. After inventorying the Bell Forest, we delineated 4 stands. We have the softwood stand, which is 4 hectares. Our mixedwood stand is 1 hectare. We have a tolerant hardwood stand that is 5 hectares. And our largest stand is the sugar maple stand, which is 44 hectares. The Bell Forest was relatively uniform in terms of stem density, except for the softwood stand, which was quite a bit more dense. The error bars here represent 95% confidence intervals, and it's important to note that the highest variability was seen in the sugar maple stand. The largest trees were seen in the sugar maple stand and the tolerant hardwood stand. Again, the highest variability was seen in the sugar maple stand. And the tallest trees were seen in the tolerant hardwood stand and the sugar maple stand. For this one, the most variability was seen in the mixedwood stand, but it is important to note for heights that out of all the trees we inventoried, we only took a subset of heights, so this has a much smaller sample size than that of DBH.
We assess tree health on the property by looking at black ash and butternut. Black ash because it is of indigenous cultural significance, and butternut because it is the only endangered tree species here in New Brunswick. So we did this by surveying close to 50 transects along the length of the 55-hectare property. And with this, we found a total of 1,210 black ash. 95% were living, only 5% were dead. And overall, they were doing quite well. The crowns were very healthy or only in like a slight decline, and we didn't find many stem defects present either. It also should be noted that we did not find any emerald ash borer on the property. Comparatively, butternut is doing poorly. We found only 36 and only 32% of which were living. Of those that are alive, they are either in moderate to severe decline. We found the presence of many stem defects all the way from the root collar to the upper stem, such as fruiting bodies, wounds, cracks, and bark discoloration, which is like a black color, and this signifies butternut canker. Here are the tree health assessment scores that we attributed to both species. So a score of 0% is a dead tree, and a score of 100% is a living healthy tree. Then between that, we attributed different scores depending on the stem defects found. So the X on this box plot represents the average. So butternut had on average around a 23% health score, and black ash around a 70%. We also tested water quality. In the Meduxnekeag River, we did this by identifying benthic macroinvertebrates, as they are indicator species of pollution levels in the water, and they are able to do so for long-term water quality assessments. So we found there to be specifically high water quality in the riffles of the Meduxnekeag River, and this is with the identification of pollution-sensitive orders and pollution semi-intolerant orders, such as stoneflies, dobson flies, mayflies, caddisflies, and dragonflies. Here are our water quality results. We took 3 samples. Samples 1 and 2 are within a riffle in the river, and the third sample is a leaf pack sample. So this is by looking at organic matter, which is on the bottom of the Meduxnekeag River. And as you can see, pollution sensitive and semi-intolerant orders were found across all samples. However, the majority were found in the riffle samples, so that's 1 and 2. So therefore, they have a higher benthic macroinvertebrate index, and therefore less pollution in the water and higher water quality.
While inventorying the Bell Forest, we identified several rare species. Included here is the Atlantic Canada Conservation Data Centre's S ranking for provincially rare species. We found many S3 and S2 plants, the rarest of which were S2, which is imperiled status, and those were American lopseed and clustered sanicle. Here's a map of the locations of those rare species. We used Avenza maps to mark the location of these species, and later put this map together on GIS. Included in the picture here is black raspberry, which was just a very interesting find. It was interesting to note that S3 plants, which are vulnerable, like maidenhair fern and plantain leaf sedge, were very dense in this forest, which was just interesting because these are plants that many of us had never seen before in our lives. Here's a map showing the locations of invasive species within the Bell Forest. Circled in yellow is garlic mustard, which is the biggest concern for the MRA, especially since we found seed-bearing plants right next to a stream, so the risk of spreading is pretty high. Furbish's lousewort, this is an endemic plant to the Woolastook. It is a riverbank plant. It lives on cobble-sized substrate with eroded riverbanks. This is preferably done by ice scour and with limited shrub cover. This model was created with the help of Graham Forbes and Jay Ogilvie, and it suggests that there is suitable habitat along the riverbanks of the Meduxnekeag forest. It is ultimately up to DNR to decide where the best habitat is for transplantation of this plant, although our model suggests that this may be the case with the river along the Bell Forest, and this is an option that should be explored. The Bell Forest used to be farmland, and there is remnant debris from that time. We believe if the MRA hopes to increase public use of this land, they may want to clean up these areas, and so we just wanted to map them and bring them to their attention. Our GIS team has been hard at work all year, so I just wanted to show off a bit more of their work. Here are the streams in the Bell Forest, and further over are the trails and roads. Next, I wanted to talk about our Autonomous Recording Unit Analysis, or ARUs. These are recording devices that capture bird calls. They were placed on a grid pattern across the Bell Forest to capture as much land as possible. It's important to note that these were put out late August and retrieved in October, so many birds were no longer singing their breeding songs, which they are most easily identified from. They were only doing their chip calls. We used R with a package called Monitor to analyze these recordings, and these chip calls were very often confused with sticks breaking and rain and lots of other things. We had many instances of false positives, and unfortunately the Canada warbler was not identified through these analyses. However, we did identify the eastern wood pewee and bald eagle, which are two species of interest. This, however, doesn't mean that the Bell Forest doesn't have suitable habitat for Canada warbler or that they're not present at all. We think that the time of year that sampling occurs is very important. With literature review and consultation with ornithologist Joe Nocera, we figured out the Canada warbler's habitat requirements, which include being near vernal pools in poorly drained areas. They have specific canopy height and cover requirements, as well as basal area requirements. They require moderate to high densities of woody shrubs and at least 12 song perches per hectare. We compared this data to our inventory data, as well as created a wet area map of the Bell Forest to come up with what is on the screen now. And we believe if the MRA decides to deploy ARUs again, specifically in hopes of finding Canada warbler, placing the ARUs in a fashion similar to this would give them a better chance. And if it happens in May or June.
We modeled forest change over time using a software called PICUS over 100-year time horizon. This time horizon was selected as we have many long-lived species on the property, but also we were advised to by Community Forest International, as when modeling greenhouse gas storage, it is typically a 100-year time horizon that is used for this. So using PICUS, we were able to model species composition, climate, carbon storage, and greenhouse gas storage, and using GIS, we identified the locations of supercanopy trees. We conducted a sensitivity analysis to observe the impacts of climate change on the Bell Forest. Specifically, we wanted to look at how this would impact species composition, density, and carbon storage. So using PICUS, we modeled today's climate over 100 years, RCP 4.5, which is a moderate climate change scenario of a 2.4 degrees Celsius increase, and RCP 8.5, which is a high climate change scenario with a 7 degrees Celsius increase. So with this, there are many risks that we identified based on these projections, which I will go into detail in a bit. But in brief, the risks are hemlock woolly adelgid, decreasing carbon storage, and the decline of black ash. Here's the species composition that we created based on our forest level inventory in the fall of 2023. So as we can see, sugar maple is comprising the majority of the species composition with 32%. Next is eastern hemlock with 18%, and then shade tolerant and shade intolerant hardwoods are contributing larger amounts as well. Here's species composition under climate scenario RCP 4.5 over 50-year intervals. So as we can see, in 50 years from now, eastern hemlock is going to dominate the forest with 46%, and then species such as red maple, ironwood, and sugar maple are going to be larger in density as well. In 100 years from now, we see even more eastern hemlock with 70%, and then red maple, basswood, American beech, and other shade-tolerant hardwoods are contributing to the forest as well. It's important to note that black ash falls under the shade-intolerant hardwood category, so the pink there, and that is projected to decrease over the 100-year time horizon. This is species composition, however, under an even warmer climate, RCP 8.5, and again over 50-year intervals. In 2074, we see that same trend of eastern hemlock dominating with 52%. We are seeing even more American beech, and that is because American beech is known to be a highly climate adaptive species and thrives under warmer climates, which is why it's proliferating here under that 7 degrees Celsius scenario. We also see American beech, sugar maple, and other shade-tolerant hardwoods being larger contributors as well. And then 100 years from now, again, eastern hemlock, 70% dominating the forest, and we also see that increase in American beech, and red maple is another larger contributor as well. So with Picus, there comes uncertainty. It's not a perfect model, and we're modeling over 100 years, so much can change from now until then. But even when modeling under today's climate, over 100 years, we have seen that eastern hemlock is still supposed to increase in density. So with that comes the concern of hemlock woolly adelgid. Hemlock woolly adelgid is not currently in the province of New Brunswick. However, there are established populations in Nova Scotia and Maine, which is why it's of growing concern. According to the forest pest conditions from GNB in 2022, they are not currently monitoring for this insect in Woodstock. So what the MRA can do is species presence monitoring. This is done simply and most cost effectively using hand lens, binoculars, and pole pruner to identify the woolly substance left behind by this insect, which is on the underside of the hemlock branches. And this is done because the insect itself is very small, about 1 millimeter large, so very difficult to find. This is the carbon storage model that is based on below and above ground tree biomass over 100 years. So we have all 3 climate scenarios shown here: the normal climate, RCP 4.5, and RCP 8.5. So these are for our 2 stands, the softwood stand and tolerant hardwood stand. We see a general trend for both of a decrease in carbon storage until around 2064. This is due to a decrease in non-climate adaptive species as the climate warms, but also shorter-lived species. So for example, balsam fir and white birch. And with that mortality comes an increase in growing space and resources. So we have an increase, more of a stabilization thereafter due to those resources and the availability. So climate adaptive species with that warmer climate and longer lived species can persist, grow, and proliferate under those conditions. It should be noted that the normal climate carbon storage is always greater over time than RCP 4.5 or 8.5, and that is because as the climate warms, we have even more tree mortality, and with higher tree mortality, we have less available tree biomass to store carbon. Here's our next carbon storage model. This is based on our other 2 stands, the mixed wood stand and sugar maple stand. We see a bit of a different relationship here for the mixed wood, specifically under RCP 8.5, and that is because we have even warmer temperatures, and this stand specifically has the least amount of climate resilient species, so we're seeing a lot of mortality. In the sugar maple stand, we see very similar trends to in the last slide, where we have that decrease until 2064, and then with more available resources, the carbon storage increases with the colonization of climate adaptive species. So here's the greenhouse gas storage model. I'm only showing the sugar maple stand under RCP 4.5 here because the sugar maple stand is the most dominant stand in the Bell Forest, and RCP 4.5 is currently the most likely climate scenario. And here the sugar maple stand, and in fact this was the case for all stands in the forest, it's going to be removing more greenhouse gases from the atmosphere than the orange line there, the New Brunswick baseline. So this New Brunswick baseline is defined by Community Forest International as the base amount of greenhouse gas stored by an industrial forest in New Brunswick. So this is a forest in the Acadian Forest region which has undergone a clear cut, some sort of planting or natural regen, then a herbiciding or cleaning, PCT, CT, followed by another clear cut. So a forest like this stores on average 185 tons of CO2 equivalent per hectare over a 100-year time horizon. So this is very important to look at considering the Bell Forest is conservation land. It is not an industrial forest. So this lets us know that the efforts the MRA are putting forth in terms of conservation are successful when looking specifically at greenhouse gas storage. Now we do still see a decline there, and that is because we have major mortality in 5 species: balsam fir, balsam poplar, black ash, white birch, and yellow birch, and Abby will go into detail about recommendations on how to improve this. This is my very last slide about the Picus modeling. So this is just a way to make the greenhouse gas emissions into a more applicable everyday sense. So under the RCP 4.5 climate change scenario over a 100-year time horizon, we expect the Bell Forest will remove 94 tons of CO2 equivalent per hectare, and this is again above that New Brunswick baseline. This is a total of 5,193.7 tons of CO2 equivalent over the entire time horizon. and this is equal to 1,236 gas-powered vehicles driven for 1 year, 584,420 gallons of gas consumed, and 677 homes energy use for 1 year.
Using GIS, we identified 53 super canopy trees within the Bell Forest. These are trees that stand 15 meters taller than neighboring trees. These are features of interest as they're often used by raptors like bald eagle and osprey as platforms to build their stick nests on top of. And we think this offers the MRA a unique opportunity to incorporate these into their educational tours. Now I wanted to talk a bit more about garlic mustard. Shown in this map here in the yellow and red are areas where there are dense patches of garlic mustard, and the little dots scattered throughout the map are where our rare plants are in the Bell Forest. So we think that it would be beneficial for the MRA to attempt to remove garlic mustard, and specifically in areas where there's overlap with the rare plants, as garlic mustard has the ability to outcompete some of these rare plants, and the conservation of the Appalachian hardwood forest type is very important. One of our deliverables was to create a water quality monitoring plan for the MRA to be able to follow. We started this by identifying potential sources of contamination. Starting with Woodstock, there's lots of farms, and agricultural practices could lead to water contamination. And there's a proposed manganese mine to go in nearby. That's what's shown here in blue, and just to orient you, the pink dot is the Bell Forest. We recommend that the MRA undertakes benthic macroinvertebrate sampling, similar to what we did in our fall inventory. This can be done with equipment rented from the UNB Equipment Hub and just with the staff of the MRA. We recommend that the MRA send bottled water samples to the Research and Productivity Council, who share information with the Department of Environment and local government. This way the water quality data can be shared on a larger scale. We think it would be beneficial for the MRA to undertake cyanobacteria testing using Abraxas methodology. This is a good opportunity for the MRA to partner with ACAP St. John, as they may be able to provide funding and equipment for this project. Shown on the screen here with those little red dots are sampling stations which we've identified. There's at least one on every major tributary coming off of the Meduxnekeag River. And if the MRA were to sample water quality at each of these locations, they would have a complete picture of water quality in the area. Finally, we recommend that the MRA invest in a YSI multi-parameter water quality meter. And this tests water chemistry like pH and dissolved oxygen, and if they owned this equipment they could test as frequently as possible, although we recommend that benthic macroinvertebrate sampling occur in September or October. And we just included here the picture with all the invertebrates on it that are circled. That's from our fall inventory, just to show that this sampling is user-friendly. So now I wanted to talk about our monitoring plan. So I talked about ARUs, and we think it would be beneficial for the MRA to invest in or acquire funding for some ARUs of their own to continue monitoring for Canada warbler. It's important that these are set out in early spring, and if the MRA is unable to acquire funding for, which there are some grant programs available, there would be costs associated with the purchase of the actual unit themselves, in between $3,000 and $13,000. For black ash monitoring, we would like to see the MRA monitor for the presence of emerald ash borer. This should occur in April annually. And also just for signs of general health, as Maddie described, black ash is predicted to decline with climate change, and this is a culturally significant plant. Its perseverance is important. In terms of butternut, we recommend that the MRA source seeds directly from within the Bell Forest and attempt planting. If that is unsuccessful, saplings are commercially available for a small fee of $600 to $900. And any planting should be monitored for at least 5 years. If there are signs of browsing, tree tubes should be implemented to protect from that. And should there be a drought, watering should be implemented to help these plants grow. So for our water quality monitoring plan, it's recommended that this occur annually in September using the Citizen Science Water Quality Monitoring Program. This wouldn't have any costs except for if they can't acquire funding for equipment, but if they make that partnership with ACAP St. John, this would be covered. In terms of monitoring for garlic mustard, we do recommend the removal of this and monitoring for its success, or to see if it has further spread. There are some costs associated with the equipment necessary for removal, but the costs are pretty minimal. For hemlock woolly adelgid, as Maddie mentioned, the MRA could partake in species presence monitoring. This includes minimal equipment and the cost of which isn't too bad. You have to bear with me through this part. Now I'm going to talk about how we have met each of our objectives. So for the objective of increasing Furbish celebsport habitat, we found this to be an unfeasible goal. as this plant requires eroded riverbanks, and this would require intrusive operations along the riverbanks in the Bell Forest. And seeing as this is a protected natural area, we just don't think that this is something that should occur. In terms of establishing a Furbish lousewort population, according to the terrestrial habitat model created, there is suitable habitat along the riverbanks of the Bell Forest, although it is ultimately up to DNR to decide where is the best place for transplantation. We think that this is an option that should be further explored. In terms of increasing Appalachian hardwood forest species, we found that the rare plants that were found in this property, they don't have seeds that are easily commercially available, but they are available. So as a last case scenario, planting of these rare plants could be attempted. Butternut, as we said, seeds should be sourced from within the property and planting should be attempted. Any planting that occurs should be monitored for at least 5 years. And we recommend that the MRA allow the traditional harvesting of at least 1 black ash per year. It's been found that traditional harvesting methods lead to many black ash sprouts, which would help this species persevere. In the case of reducing invasives, we recommend that the MRA attempt to remove garlic mustard and then monitor for success, and to monitor for presence of emerald ash borer, hemlock woolly adelgid, and intervene as necessary. For increasing carbon storage and increasing climate resilient species, these kind of go together. The MRA could attempt enrichment planting. This is planting climate adaptive species, or species that are predicted to do well with climate change, and species that are already found on the property, like ironwood, red maple, and sugar maple. Should this be unsuccessful, we think that the MRA could attempt climate adaptive silviculture approaches, such as a continuous cover irregular shelterwood. This is where a single non-climate adaptive species is targeted and removed, and natural selection or natural succession is allowed to occur. For our water goals, we increased the baseline data with the benthic macroinvertebrate sampling that Maddie went over earlier. For the maintenance of the current water quality, we hope to see the MRA follow our recommended water quality monitoring plan. And we found this last goal of reducing source contaminants to be unfeasible. It's not really up to the MRA to reduce these contaminants. However, our monitoring plan should at least identify them, and then the MRA could alert the correct bodies. In terms of our social goals, we hope to increase the MRA's annual revenue through partnerships with the Wolastoqey Nation of New Brunswick or Tobic First Nation. Tobic First Nation has a really interesting black ash conservation program that they're starting up that we think that the MRA would fit perfectly into. And this revenue could be increased through increasing the amount of educational tours that happen on this property. There are many routes the MRA could take to increase government funding, such as through Environment and Climate Change Canada, the Environmental Damages Fund, Wildlife Habitat Canada. The Department of Fishery and Oceans have an aquatic invasive species prevention program, and there's Eco Action community funding programs. In terms of increasing partnerships with organizations and stakeholders, we think it would be extremely beneficial for the MRA to try to partner with the New Brunswick Invasive Species Council, especially in terms of trying to remove garlic mustard. We think it would be beneficial for the MRA to try to partner with like-minded organizations such as the Nature Conservancy of Canada and Ducks Unlimited Canada. And in terms of acquiring more property, the MRA could reach out to the Nature Trust of New Brunswick, the William P. Wharton Trust, or the Davis Conservation Foundation. In terms of increasing the frequency of educational events, the MRA already does a great job of this, but there are many unique features on this property that could be incorporated into their current educational tours, or new tours could be created surrounding these, such as those super canopy trees that we mentioned earlier. We recommend that the MRA increase the amount of informational signage on the property, signs that further describe the importance and uniqueness of this forest type and why its conservation is necessary. We think that signs not directly beside a rare plant, but maybe at the trail entrance that says there are rare plants here, be careful, along the lines of stay on the trail, leave no trace, all things to promote appropriate use of this land. And finally, we think it would be beneficial for the MRA to implement some signs that tell people that they are a nonprofit organization and that donations go a long way. We hope to increase traditional Indigenous use of this land through partnerships with the Wolastoqey Nation of New Brunswick or Tobic First Nation. In terms of social media presence, the MRA is already doing a great job across multiple platforms, and the only thing we can recommend is to increase their presence on TikTok, as it is so big with the younger generation. Finally, in terms of increasing community involvement, we think community-led garbage cleanup would be a good idea, or before COVID-19, the MRA used to host dinners and auctions, and we think bringing these back would be a great way to involve the community in all the wonderful things the MRA is doing.
We would like to thank Jordan, Holly, and George for allowing us to collaborate with them on this project. Our professors, Jason, Jay, Graham, Tom, Joe, Anthony, Rafaela, Janet, and Galen for all of their support. And the professionals we consulted with on their expertise, Martin, James, Megan, Carly, and Maria. Thank you.
So that's great. And the garlic mustard map will be a lot of help for Holly to kind of prioritize where these patches should be removed. I did have a question about the forest composition projection. So you showed hemlock will be 70% of forest composition. Is there any management you would recommend beyond just observing presence? Like, would you recommend people use imidacloprid? Is there other management activities? Because 70% of their forest land base is affected. That's huge, especially where much of it is on a steep slope in those ravines.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think that this model is just supposed to show general trends. So I don't necessarily expect the forest composition of 100 years to compose 70% eastern hemlock. So therefore, I don't think too many major management decisions should be made based solely on that model. There's also a lot of research still being done in terms of picus, also specifically considering it's mainly for the Acadian forest region, and this is an Appalachian hardwood forest, so it hasn't been used for forests like this before. So this is mainly more just show those general trends, which is why I only really spoke of hemlock woolly adelgid. I'm sure many other tactics could definitely be used, but 70% is definitely very high, and I just think it's supposed to be more of indicative of an increase of eastern hemlock.
Great. Could you touch on some of the challenges you experienced through the development of this plan in terms of competing objectives, trade-offs?
Yeah, does anyone have any that needs to go?
I could just touch on like some of the social aspects. The MRA does like a fantastic job with stakeholder engagement, their educational tours, and like educating the public on just Appalachian hardwood forests. It was a bit difficult to get in contact with potential stakeholders or like partnerships. I had difficulty like getting in contact with people and getting people to get back to me if they had any interest. So it would be nice if we had more time to create more partnerships, because I know how important the funding is to them. So that's something that I think could have been worked on.
The forest model itself was definitely a challenge, considering, like I said earlier, this is an Appalachian hardwood forest. So we use methodology by Dr. Anthony Taylor, and so it's only ever been used through his work and specifically Acadian forests. So there was definitely some difficulty learning how to calibrate that, so many meetings with him and going over that and trying to incorporate as many species in this forest type as possible in that.
And would you recommend for the ARU analysis to be done in-house, or should they outsource that? You know, I'm sure you know how long it takes to analyze.
Yep.
So
Oh yeah, that's another how long it took.
People's time and resources, and also did you budget that into?
So for the ARU analysis, I would recommend that to be shipped out to the Alberta Biomonitoring Institute. When we were doing it and developing the process, it was hard to make that a multi-species. So if you're planning on doing inventory, it's much harder. ABI can do that. We did reach out to discuss funding with them. They have not responded back to us. In our actual reports, we were talking about grants and things like that you can apply to. Specifically, we would recommended applying to fund the ARUs before the getting the monitoring done, just depending on when they get back to you, because there are deadlines. But yeah, for the actual efficiency of getting that done in-house, we were doing about half an hour per hour file.
Yeah.
So when you have 900 hours worth of recording to go through, that's quite a little bit to do yourself.
Absolutely. Well, thank you guys. George and Holly might be online. They might have some questions, but that's all I have. Thanks. Maybe not.
actually. So
We did? Okay.
With our butternut trees, when we were doing the actual inventory, we noticed that the proximity of most of the dead butternut were actually relative to trails.
That's true.
And so the MRA, if they feel that it is a danger to trail users, which it's not supposed to be necessarily a recreational trail in the sense of the other MRA properties, which are very much open to the public. This is more for informative guiding sessions with Holly or George. So if they feel that they are danger trees, they can remove them. But with the significance of butternut to the Appalachian hardwood, I kind of felt that removing what little butternut was left would have been harmful to the integrity of the forest.
You suggested a few times maybe plant some more butternut. Is there any evidence of what is being planted as disease resistant?
Yeah, it's actually been recommended to kind of put that on hold until there's a little more research backing it. They don't really know if it'd be recommended to plant a hybrid with the Japanese walnut, but they're not really sure if that will fill the same ecological role. So
it's a bit early to know.
Yeah.
You hate to promote something at cost if we're not really sure as experts in this.
Yeah, that's why we recommended the direct seeding from seed collection on the property first.
I have one more question to your water monitoring. So what you collected was like an 800-meter stretch of the river. Do you think those results in terms of your macroinvertebrates are indicative of the rest of the river, or should they?
No, I would say not. It would be hard to take 800 meters and then extrapolate that to the entire river, just because we're unsure of any tributary sources of incoming pollution. So with the biomonitoring that we did in front of the property, it was more of a sense to get what is the baseline for in front of the property, and then how can we make a monitoring plan just based off some of the things that we might see. And we saw really good water quality, which was nice. And so really I wasn't looking at sources of pollution necessarily right now, but perhaps in the future, which is why we targeted the manganese mining. And so we found an old report of historical water collection, and it contained areas of sampling, which we then used for our new monitoring plan just to keep results similar, so we can contrast between the last 20 years and now. And most of the monitoring is going to be based off of the manganese potential impacts.
Okay, so you'll spread it out on a certain interval around the tributaries?
Yes, so it's going to be any major influx of new water. So that's going to get from the southern side as well as the northern side tributaries. So that's the North Branch and South Branch, as well as major tributaries like Marvin Brook, as well as some other there up near Jackson Falls.
Thanks, Dan.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining us today. My name is Grace McLean, this is Katie Brookers and Jessica Welsh-Howe, and we will be representing our group's management plan. We were in partnership with NB Parks for the North Lake Provincial Park. We would also like to extend a welcome and thank you to Josh, Kevin, and Mackenzie who have helped us throughout this year. We would like to begin by acknowledging that UNB and North Lake is located on the traditional territories of the Wabanaki Nation, particularly the Wolastoqiyik, Pescona-Makati, and Mi'kmaq, who have been stewards of this land since time immemorial. We respect the sovereignty, lands, histories, languages, knowledge systems, and cultures of the Indigenous communities who steward these lands. Here's an overview of our entire 4020 team and the responsibilities that they fulfilled throughout this year. Our agenda today, we'll give a brief introduction, followed by our management plan objectives given to us by NB Parks. Then our results and recommendations have been broken down into 4 main components: forest, carbon, wildlife, and social. We will present our associated costs with these recommendations, and
finally, our conclusion will assess how our management plan has measured against these objectives. UNB has established a partnership within the past 3 years with NB Parks to foster collaboration for sustainable and land management practices. This has provided 40/20 students the ability to engage in developing integrated land management plans tailored specifically to NB Parks. This has also provided them with the opportunity to cultivate interpersonal and professional skills essential for forestry and environmental careers post-graduation. This has also benefited NB Parks, providing them with in-depth assessments of forest health, composition, and climate impacts, as well as insights into future uncertainties, aiding in informed management decisions. So North Lake Provincial Park is located near Canterbury, New Brunswick, and is also near the United States border. It is a unique destination for outdoor enthusiasts, offering many outdoor opportunities. It is a 31-hectare parcel, was previously operated by the Partners for Youth Foundation, but has since been regained operation for Parks NB to create a provincial park. Here are the 5 main objectives given to us from Parks NB, and we have broken them down further into separate actions that will be taken throughout the management plan. These will be further addressed in our conclusion to assess how our management plan has addressed each objective.
All right, so I'm going to take us on a journey through the traditional Indigenous portage route that passes right through North Lake. So we'll start at the Woolastook River, and then we'll go through the Eel River, and next our stop will be North Lake. Maybe we could stay here for the night. We could stay at one of the paddle-in sites that we are proposing to NB Parks. Then the next morning you could wake up, you could, on the other side of the lake, get to the main border. Very easy. Then you will meet East Grand Lake, and then you can choose to go towards Spednick Lake and St. Croix River, or continue further into the USA. So as you can see from these pictures, the geology of North Lake is a little bit different. They have very large boulders, and these boulders are made up of coarse-grained granite materials, and this makes for a very textured rock that tree roots can easily adhere to. These rocks come from the early Devonian period, about 400 to 420 million years ago, and they were created by North America and Europe colliding together to create these massive granite intrusions.
So that brings me to the forest profile. Like we said, North Lake is a 31-hectare piece of land. We broke it down into 3 different, very distinct forest types, but overall it is very much mature hemlock and spruce throughout. Our 3 stands are hemlock spruce, lowland spruce cedar, and hemlock mixed wood. For simplicity's sake, I'm just going to address the hemlock mixed wood stand as campground. This area, which is the campground, is actually rather unique. Our inventory, when we conducted it, actually identified the impact of human influence. So going in and site clearing, adding lots of fill, and the use of mechanical equipment has altered the species composition throughout this entire stand. You can actually see the layout of our 4 stands here. They're all sorted by color. There's additional unique features we'll go through later in the presentation. One thing to still mention is that campground stand, it has younger species of trees. They are fast-growing trees, and they are shorter-lived trees. So these are called your early succession species, usually when you have a disturbance in a forest. With this, you have an increased level of risk. With it being a campground, that is a type of risk that we need to manage. So I will come back to this in a few minutes, but before I get too heavy into results, I want to tell you a story. When our team arrived to North Lake Provincial Park, we found ourselves kind of assuming it was just going to be like every other park. Trees, campground, there's a beach, nothing really extraordinary. Then we kind of ventured out of the campground. I had even been to this park a year prior to help with the clearing efforts. I did not realize how spectacular and how rocky, I guess you could call it, this place is. It looks like something straight out of a rainforest or a movie. This crazy, mossy, boulder field, we found ourselves jumping from boulder to boulder trying to just get to our plot points. At certain points, you turn around and a team member would be waist deep in a crevice between two boulders because they stepped on some mossy bit that really wasn't a boulder. It prevented so many different things. We lost certain plot points, and we also found ourselves not being able to conduct soil assessments. In this site specifically, the Black Spruce Swamp, I went to conduct a soil analysis, and when you pull up this crazy intertwined root mess of plants and different species, it's just rock. There's no soil there. There's a fluctuating water table, which makes it even more unique. So how do you go from collecting data and then developing a forest prediction or a carbon prediction if you don't really have a soil profile? That, along with all the different factors related to climate change, specifically with invasive pests and pathogens, it's complicated. Like everything we've learned throughout our entire degree, it's complicated comes up more than once. And if you know who Graham Forbes is, that's where I get that exact statement. So what we had to do is decide on what our forest predictions were going to be. We had to look at timelines. So with climate change, we decided 25 years was ideal. This 25 years allows us to kind of develop an understanding of what the change may be with more sensitive species dying out, unfortunately, and the increase in different types of wind events, invasives, stuff like that. Lots of losses. I don't want to bore you with specifics on modeling and data. We just want to get to the point. With our graph here, this shows a decline in stem density across the whole park. So species are decreasing, and that is relevant to carbon specifically. So if you want carbon storage, you need to somehow preserve those trees. Just to note, species that are expected to decline are not surprising. The balsam fir, which is already on its way, the black spruce and eastern larch, also not very surprising. And of course, we expect to see increases in red maple, beech, white pine. Hemlock was on this list, but this is where it gets even more complicated because with sensitivity analysis and modeling, you can't really model everything. Hemlock woolly adulgid is going to be a big impacting factor for this park. So this 25-year window allows us to look at increased levels of forest disturbances, how they may impact species, and how we can respond by identifying those vulnerable areas. Adaptive management. Now, when you apply that to a carbon profile, there's a time lag. So even though there's a decline in tree stem density and species, that carbon profile isn't going to change much. Time lag. Decomposition takes a long time, and that biomass is still in those trees. So how do you really manage that? I'll address that in a little bit. We then looked at 50-year forest profile to figure out, well, what is this forest going to potentially look like? The species composition, as you can see in the graph, right that middle mark is that 25-year. So that's when climate change, it's done the most damage, and hopefully at that point we are starting to level out with some sense of new normal. The species are about to emerge in that area are going to be early succession. Even though most people predict it's going to be a hardwood dominant, the soil condition is going to heavily change due to all this disturbance. We can expect more adaptable, short-lived cycles being able to actually kind of go with the ebb and flow of climate change. This understanding is essential for guiding restoration. We have to be able to adapt. It's happening. That's all we can say there. We don't know what it's actually going to look like, and no model is going to tell us exactly how bad it's going to be, but we can look at our options. So we're going to see the emergence of new forest compositions in that 50-year time period. That way we can plan for resilience. We can adapt our management. If carbon storage is our focus, we can put our influence and our funding there. With the carbon model for 50 years, you do see that decline. So with that decline, you need to be responding. If it's planting efforts, if it's harvest logging because something came through, you want to be able to react and understand that that decline is on a time lag, and you do have time to kind of plan. This is the fun one. This was kind of the thing that is most important for this park. Right across the lake in Maine, Hemlock woolly adulgid is already causing havoc. Hemlock woolly adulgid is an aphid-like species, and it causes significant mortality. They're cute, they're fuzzy, they cause rapid decay and decline in hemlock species. So what do you do? How is North Lake even going to respond to this? Our best guess, based on research and what's available currently and the migration patterns of Hemlock woolly adulgid north, well, we expect it to hit North Lake within the next 5 years. And without intervention, 80 to 90% mortality rate is what is likely. This is based on what's happening further south and based on our climate predictions. With intervention, we can drop that rate to maybe 40 to 60% and at least limit some of the damage and preserve the genetic kind of resilience of that species. Unfortunately, this means we have to take a look at more intensive options. Restorative silviculture is already being conducted by Parks Canada in Meduxnekeag in Nova Scotia. They are going in, thinning susceptible trees, and they're capturing the carbon in those logs. So instead of allowing the decomposition to kind of catch up and the breakdown of carbon to go back into the atmosphere, they're repurposing those logs before it's too late. They know it's there, they know how severe it could be, so they have to react. We have to be able to utilize what we have, and there's an opportunity at North Lakes to potentially put those logs into cabin development or construction. Or if upon approval, maybe that could go into other NB parks that could use those logs. It's a good selling point and a good feel-good moment for visitors as well, so it enhances the overall reputation. The issue here is we have to mitigate that impact, so small scale operations, it's a tiny little park, small equipment, very delicate. We need to minimize the impact, so working with experts on that harvesting operation would be key. This would need to be implemented upon the arrival, but does require significant planning before we get to that point. Fire risk mitigation and management is also an issue, specifically for the campground area. North Lake is ahead of the curve on this with the site clearing efforts and the site development. A lot of down debris, dead trees have already been removed and taken care of, and this, I'm assuming, will continue on an annual basis. So this is not of concern to us as much as Hemlock woolly adulgid. Now, speaking of campgrounds and all of the human interaction and impact that we've caused, we have seen significant impact. When we arrived at North Lake, we started looking at the campground, and 2 of our team are actually ISA certified arborists. So International Society of Arboriculture are kind of the industry leaders for urban forestry in tree assessment and management in urban scenarios. I'd say campgrounds kind of fall into that, and this is where future management of parks is going. We want to deal with the risk to public safety and to property of the park before it's too late. So with climate, we see increased levels of damage, and all of these photos are actually from North Lake Park within each of the campgrounds or campsites. So again, we took on a massive project. Me and one other person, Zeb Snyder, he probably could strangle me when I pitched the idea. We're going to conduct full assessments of 834 trees. And we did. And we went a step further, so we then implemented it into a mobile app so that instead of just having paper everywhere or Excel spreadsheets that nobody's ever going to look at, there's an app for management of MB parks to actually look at. They can see what needs to be done, and then they can send a notification or send that map directly to contractors. I'm going to let Jess go into more detail because she's the mastermind behind that.
So as Katie mentioned, we created a mobile app that includes the tree risk inventory database. This allows for our clients to have a spatial and interactive database, and this can save time and costs for crews, for managers, and for contractors, as they will know exactly where in the park they need to go and which trees are at most risk for the public. As well, this provides a wonderful citizen science opportunity, and And we're going to talk more about that part later. But for now, I think I need to let you see for yourself how this app actually functions. So in the beginning here, there's a landing page. This just introduces users to the app and explains who we are and why we created it. And it'll just run through for a bit and let you read that if you'd like. So after clicking Get Started here on the left sidebar, you can see that there is a detailed instructions page. So I'm just going to let you know that the red circles right on the map are the level 3 risk trees, and the yellow ones are levels 1 and 2 risk trees. And then below that, there are detailed instructions about how to edit and how to add trees to the map. And underneath this here, there's just some more information about additional tools that are available to the user. So say we wanted to edit this level 3 tree at the bottom. We can see here that it is a hazardous white birch, and it's been recommended for removal. As we go down the list, there's a description that mentions there's crown dieback and that this tree is hazardous to the public. Crown dieback is described as the gradual death and decrease of branches and leaves from the top to the bottom of the tree. And if you go into the editing panel here, you can edit any of the information on each tree within the map. To add a tree, you can click the button of the risk level that you'd like to place on the map, and then it's as easy as clicking and editing that information. Then in the filter tool, there's the option to filter many attributes, most of the attributes of both risk levels. So in this example, we're going to say that the user wanted to see only eastern hemlock of all risk level trees. And this is exactly what it would look like here. Then in the base map gallery tool, this just allows the user to have different maps with different features such as street names and other features to increase the accuracy of tree placement within the map. So on to the unique features of North Lake. There are many unique features for wildlife habitats. We have super canopy white pines, plenty of them within just a small section of land. These are crucial for habitat, wildlife habitat. As well, the boulders provide wonderful burrows and shelter for species. And we also have vernal pools, which are important for many parts of the life cycle of many small species. To dive a little bit deeper into some of these unique wildlife features, we have wetlands. They, again, as I mentioned, they provide vital habitat to especially the common snapping turtle, which UNB Parks aims to protect within the park. As well, wetlands prevent shoreline erosion and control flooding, and these are both crucial with the impacts of climate change becoming more severe. This also provides a wonderful education opportunity to educate the public on why wetlands are so important within the park. And we have two specifically sensitive, wetlands, the black spruce wetland and the cedar swamp. And these are, both of these swamp types are becoming more rare within New Brunswick, unfortunately. And here's just another example of the black spruce swamp. Another feature are the super canopy trees. These provide critical habitat for birds such as the bald eagle, as Abby mentioned in the last presentation, for the birds that would like the tall trees to create their nests on. Additionally, the super canopy trees create shade for the forest floor, and they protect the understory species. With UV radiation becoming an increasing problem, this will be very important for amphibians and many reptile species, which we have found within our park. So now to present what in the wildlife, we have our wildlife profile. So when we did the camera trap surveys, we found snowshoe hare, deer mouse, red and gray squirrels within the park. Incidentally, we found common garter snakes, as well as wood frog when we were just doing our forest surveys. Again, like I said, common snapping turtle has been found in the park, and we were told this previous to going and completing our surveys. We found many scat and tracks, and these indicate to us that various large mammal species are present within the park and use this day to day. We found snags often, which indicates woodpecker, as well as yellow-bellied sapsucker use of the park. And using all of this data allowed us to be able to analyze the habitats, the unique habitats within the park, even better. One note that I'd like to mention is that we did not find any endemic or invasive species currently within the park. For the wildlife management, we focused primarily on citizen science. This allows the public to engage with NB Parks to create or to, I guess, let NB Parks know about the wildlife sightings that they found within the park or any invasives which they might have seen within the park as well. And I'm going to pass this off to Grace to explain more about how we can do this.
Moving into more of our social recommendations for this management plan, we have proposed this landing page to enhance the visitor experience at every campsite. So this QR code you see here will be posted at every campsite as well as the entrance to the campground. Once you scan it, it will take you to this landing page that is divided into 4 main sections. First, the guest survey. That will be our visitor satisfaction survey. It takes on average 2 minutes to complete, and it asks questions to the visitor about what activities they completed while they were at the park, their thoughts on the amenities and facilities offered, as well as any overall recommendations that they have to give to the parks team. Next is the wildlife sightings. This touches on our citizen science portion of the wildlife profile. This would be where the visitor could input any photos or information of wildlife that they viewed during their stay, and could also access any previous photos that have been posted on this page. This is also beneficial to the NB Parks team to monitor the wildlife using the park and the campground. Next is the mobile tree app, which will be a simplified version of our tree inventory that we completed last semester. This would be provided to the visitors to educate themselves on the local trees and tree composition within the park. They could use the app that would navigate them to a specific tree and teach them about the ecological importance of that species. Next is the Arboreal Wellness Survey, which would be a simplified version of our tree risk mobile app that we showed earlier. And this would be to engage and educate the public on tree risk, as well as being a cost-effective way for the NB Parks team to monitor potential risk trees within the park and the campsite areas. We have proposed 5 new cabin locations, 3 at the bottom, 2 at the top. The 3 at the bottom and the cabin on your right would be paddle in and cart accessible, whereas the one to the left would be only paddle in accessible, as well as 3 new trail designs. As you can see in yellow, we have the deer loop, the beach trail that goes behind the campsites and would take you almost entirely to the beach. And then finally we have the Black Swamp Lookout that would take you to our proposed interpretive lookout deck in the Black Spruce Swamp area. Finally, up at the beach, we are proposing to implement a temporary dock to increase water access, as well as a rental facility for the sports rental equipment. Those equipment rentals would include things for kayaking, canoeing, paddleboarding, fishing gear, as well as personal flotation devices for all recreational users. We're also proposing to implement interpretive signage throughout the entire park, focusing mainly on the common snapping turtle to create awareness for their nesting site, which is located in the park, and to support conservation efforts in educating the public on the species as well as their nesting habitat. And this is a completed example of what that sign would look like. We would also provide templates for interpretive signs on the local flora found within the park. This would be plants, trees, as well as moss species, and templates for the historical portage route, highlighting the cultural significance of this route. Since New Brunswick is a bilingual province, these signs would be offered in French, English, as well as in the traditional indigenous languages of the region. Here's just a brief overview of all the recommendations we have presented throughout the presentation, designated into their 3 main categories: forest and carbon, wildlife, and social. Here are the costs that we have associated with each recommendation. These are subject to change depending on implementation and further development from the NB Parks team, but this is currently what we have associated with each recommendation. Now, looking back at the objectives that we previously stated in the introduction, we marked over at the end there the status of completion on how well the management plan has addressed these objectives. As you can see, our tree risk app as well as the landing page are currently in progress because they are still in the prototype development stages, and they would need to be developed further to be implemented into the NB Parks database as well as to be made accessible to the public and for all visitors to use. Thank you very much for listening to our presentation today.
So I can speak to this really well, actually. We followed the track ForEM for ISA, which is very detailed for risk assessment, but then we added in opportunities for retainment as a carbon storage and also as a standing snag. So retaining a 20-foot or taller standing log basically for habitat. Especially if there's something already nesting in there, extra means would be noted in our assessments, and they were. I think we had, I don't know, 15 different occasions where we had notes set aside highlighting that it was a good wildlife habitat option, or if there was something specific to that tree that we needed to retain or be aware of.
Good, yeah. No, it's important to have more than one option on these kinds of things.
Yeah.
Right? I'm going to go through the, I realize that you kind of went and had it in terms of your presentation was kind of like skimming the top of what you actually did. I'm interested to see, like you're suggesting within 5 years, and I don't disagree, that delphin will be an issue for our hemlocks there. Within that, did you have any alternative solutions, suggestions, besides just harvesting?
So we did consider mainly monitoring. So when we went to the invasive the summit, which thank you for the invitation and allowing Zeb and myself to go, we found that it was really easy to integrate that citizen monitoring concept. So, and even just having staff, if after a storm goes through, there's going to be bits available. Monitoring seems to be the only kind of cost efficient way to approach it. If there's key trees within the park, you can treat them like with an injection, but the cost, it's hard to justify. I know that seed collection and potentially just saving that genetic material would be more valuable to NB Parks in the long run. versus trying to inject as many trees as possible.
No, that's a good solution, harvesting seed for future, reintroduction is a good idea. I just recognizing that there's a small population base in that area, so relying on citizen scientists would really only be sporadic. No, that's good. That's interesting. I'm looking forward to reading it for sure. 100%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Couple quick. Sorry.
No, I'm done.
No. I'll let you go ahead.
Hey, thank you.
I'll collect my thoughts.
So if what we was going on with the possible different possibilities to deal with the unlock, if intervention is prevention, what is the recommended intensity or crown closure or density? What is it that you guys are suggesting in that prescription on how to deal with that unlock?
So I actually discussed this a little bit with the company that's working in Meduxnekeag, and it is so specific to the site that when that decision is made, it would have to be made kind of at that time based on like the movement patterns, the severity of the impact. So I can't technically give a direct answer because it is such a specific thing. You don't want to harvest too much and you don't want to harvest too little. It's a weird balance and they're still kind of learning, so it's nice that we at least can learn from what Parks Canada is doing and what Atlantic Tree Solutions is already doing on a small scale for like thinning operations. So that's, yeah.
Josh Dawkins here with Parks NB. Appreciate everything you've done. This is a number of projects I've been involved in now, and I love seeing the evolution of them and how each group approaches the challenge. It's a long-standing joke that I try to do that I want to burn some of our parks because they're at that point. Probably this is one of the only ones that doesn't really need it. And maybe we have Osmond sitting beside me here. He's the new manager of the Bundy Trail Parkway, and probably don't need to burn it either. But I may ask a question of the next one. We've suppressed fire for a long time, 100 years or so, and our parks we need to start thinking about that. So the restorative silviculture idea was pretty interesting to me, and because I think we need to do something, but it's in a park, so now Meduxnekeag's trying to figure this out. But how do I approach harvesting when the Parks Act explicitly prohibits commercial harvesting in parks? So how do we figure this out? This is not actually a direct question, but if we're going to do that, if anybody's looking for grad work and wants to develop that for us or work on figuring that out, that would be very interesting. And we're doing a lot of work around seed collection and trying to figure out if we've planted 250,000 trees in the last few years across the park system, and knowing what to plant or when. So if we're going to do this restorative silviculture, or we have a major blowdown like in Meduxnekeag for a few years in a row now with no understory really existing, where do we start? We start with the softwoods. Do we just say screw it and go straight to the beaches and all that sort of stuff, or?
I can feel this if anybody.
Go for it if you got it.
Honestly, it's based on level of disturbance and how much that has impacted the soil and the organisms operating within that soil. Because depending on the level of severity or the frequency of that disturbance, Meduxnekeag is a good example, you're kind of putting that forest back into early stages, and it needs time to redevelop the organic layer and kind of re-stabilize for those longer-lived, later succession species. I've spoke to this a lot in urban forestry more so, and I've done a lot of looking into existing research on using early succession species such as willow that really pump in the organic matter using the root systems, and the breaking down, because it's such a fast turnover of those species, it really helps jumpstart that soil. So I think that looking at more of that research as possibly a starting point for parks kind of like Meduxnekeag, or basing kind of whatever you want to approach. If it's another park, you have to look at where you're planting and what is actually even feasible to plant there, because North Lake doesn't have soil in spots, so that would also prove challenging.
Just one more quick question, and so it was alluded to at the very beginning, we've regained operation of this park in recent years, and I'm probably pretty sure, at least for today, most people don't even know it exists or where it is, other than it's near Canterbury. So with the very unique habitat, the snapping turtles are really cool, there's a beach there. How do we get more people to actually go out and visit the place?
Yeah, so we developed a survey to be posted on the Parks NB website as well as the Facebook page to engage visitors within the area and determine the demographic of people who are coming to the park, to see how far they're traveling, to see how long they're staying, things along those lines, to assess the visitors that are actually coming. And then from the results from that, we have hopes to then cater our engagement to those people and the people in those demographics. So whether that be more on social media, posting about the park, being more active in that case, or if there are more nature groups that want to be involved and things along those lines. So just getting the results from the demographics of the people that are currently using the park, figuring out how to increase that while also increasing social media awareness and engagement to engage more younger generations, and also reaching out to different nature groups. I think it's a great idea, as well as different levels of education could come out and participate in the outdoor classes that we have suggested as well.
I have a question for Jessica. Your app's super cool.
Thank you.
I guess it's like two questions. So you made that it has like a point inventory of where all of the trees are. Was that from an existing like shapefile or like database, and then you kind of modified it for what your guys' needs were, or did you like go in and GPS point that yourselves and like identify all the trees?
For that, I actually took Katie and Zeb's GPS points that they took for the inventory, made it into a GIS map, and put that into the app. So yeah, it was all from data that we collected.
That's crazy. That must have been a lot of work. But that's impressive. Yeah.
More work for them.
Yeah, good job, guys. And I guess my second question was like, where do you kind of see like this app going? Like you mentioned about putting in like, I guess tourists, like attractive trees to tourists, like whether that be like a super canopy tree or maybe like a super old hemlock or something. Do you see that going in more of like a management, like for management, or more of like a user friendly, like where users can add trees to the app?
Do you mind if I hop in?
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
Yeah.
Katie has some great ideas on that.
So this whole concept of tree inventory and risk assessment, it's not a new idea. A lot of cities all over the world already implement it. We've just taken it a step further to be able to simplify things from a management point of view. And this is definitely the direction it's going. Allowing citizen science and allowing the public to have a simplified model of that. And like you had asked before, when you're in the field conducting assessments, it's all on an iPad or a phone going right into the database. It's not paper, you're not messing around with Excel files or anything. Like, it is set up so it can be direct, which is nice. Having a simplified version with engagement, there's a system called iTree, and there's a lot of different tools that can calculate eco-benefits of different trees. So having that information available to guests, and if you have scan codes on like trees of interest, that would take them right to a mobile platform on their phone, and then they can see like, oh, this tree stores so much carbon, or this tree is this tall, or this tree previously had a nest in it and a bird we named whatever. Like, there's so many opportunities, but then it's also so efficient for managers to be able to have something that's on the fly, interactive, and saves them from going out and having to flag trees or write reports in that sense.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Graham?
Folks, first a thought on that signage regarding the snack material. Practice now is not to advertise sites, so maybe in the campground, yes, but not anywhere near the actual nesting because of poaching concerns. But anyway, separate to that, that mossy rock boulder field is really quite unique. I'm surprised that there isn't some quite rare bryophytes in there. The park may want to know that. is that a raised platform, something that keeps the people okay?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, because I think that's what's going to make this place special, and that can be visited, but also at risk from visitation.
Yeah, and we did also ensure that the trail system only kind of came close, like people didn't see the level of uniqueness that we actually present in our photos. One, it'd be almost dangerous to let people try to get there, and two, we didn't want to create that risk of having it kind of be eroded away. So they would see something looking similar, as well as a lookout point more towards the water. And yes, it would be elevated. We priced out both construction for posts and rock piles.
Hello, Canterbury from the Woolstickway Nation, New Brunswick. I just wanted to say fantastic job on this presentation, guys. You absolutely killed it. I was just wondering, in terms of like North Lake being so close to like Woodstock First Nation, I was just wondering what type of collaboration was done with maybe the Indigenous communities close by. I know you guys had signage that was looking to put Indigenous languages up, so yeah, I was just wondering what that kind of looked like for you guys in terms of engagement.
So that's you and Kat mostly.
Yeah, I was referred to a contact by Josh. I reached out to Darren O'Leary, so he gave me a lot of background information on the park. He said that what he would like to see, what he recommended to me to do, was kind of indigenize the park as much as we can, like include these multi-language signage. I used like a translator online and his help as well. And to maybe include that in the like if there's any education programs, to maybe hire Indigenous peoples that can take a group on like a medicine walk or kind of an interactive walk. There's also potential for signage for the history of the land as well, since it is a very culturally significant piece of land with the portage route, and how there was like several communities that surrounded that area and used the land for a lot of different purposes. I included a lot about that in the report, but awesome. That was the main way to go about it, just kind of like recognizing the importance of the land. But yeah, that's the best
Oh, that's beautiful. Thanks so much, guys. I don't know if I missed the start of the presentation. I came in a little late, but like I said again, great job, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, so today we will be presenting on behalf of the Austin Forest Inc. on how to manage a woodlot. We'd like to start off with our land acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that UNB stands on the unsurrendered and unceded traditional Wolastoqey land. The lands of the Wabanaki people are recognized in a series of peace and friendship treaties to establish an ongoing relationship of peace, friendship, and mutual respect between equal nations. The river that runs by our university is known as Wolastoq, along which live Wolastoqey, the people of the beautiful and bountiful river. Wolastoq is also known as the St. John River. So here's our team. I'm Katie, this is Ben, and this is Quinn, and we will be your presenters for today. So to go over the outline for our presentation, we'll be going over the project description, our results, our forecasting and predictions, our operations plan, how to get involved, and finally our conclusion. So our client is Andrew Austin, and the purpose of our project is to create a management plan for his 162-hectare woodlot. And as you can see here, this is a map of the woodlot in relation to UNB. So in this management plan, we have created a harvest plan that incorporates conservation opportunities, as well as describing this process to encourage other woodlot owners within the province to get engaged with their woodlot and its management. YSC is a partner on this project as they fund and observe the management, overviewing the change of softwood stands into more resilient stands. DNR also has a stake in our project, specifically in our objective of getting woodlot owners in the province more engaged with the management of their woodlot. And so now for the area of our study, the woodlot is 162 hectares large and is located in central New Brunswick by Davidson Lake. Now I'll be going over our goals and objectives of the project. So the goal for the economics of the woodlot is to maximize the economic value of the woodlot, and our objectives for this are to meet the subsidy requirements for the YSCD Marketing Board funding requirements. To also create a net positive revenue each year, to harvest declining stands, to increase high quality timber, and to explore non-timber forest products. Our goal for the environmental aspects of the woodlot is to maximize environmental conditions within the woodlot. Our objectives for this is to protect environmentally significant areas such as vernal pools, streams, wetlands, and areas with species at risk. Our other objectives for this are to maintain continuous forest cover, maintain viable wildlife habitat, increase the relative abundance of climate-resilient species, and to eliminate the usage of pesticides and other vegetative controlling chemicals on the property. Our goal for the social aspects of the management plan is to maximize the social value of the woodlot. Our objectives for this goal are to delineate all property boundary lines, improve the road network, allow hunting and trapping, and to increase carbon sequestration on the property. And so, now for our results, we will be going over the volume, the species composition, tree height, diameter at breast height, the forest health, our stand delineation, the wildlife habitat results, and our wetland delineation results. So to begin, the data on the volume found was used to choose where and what operations and treatments would be done. For example, the majority of stand 16 will be clear-cut due to its high volume of balsam fir. So where the woodlot has a species composition with a density of 46% balsam fir, we have decided to integrate more climate-resilient species within the woodlot, which is being overseen by YSC. We've used our data to determine which species to plant and where to plant them to lessen the effects of climate change on the woodlot. And so from the results of our height, we can infer that there was a clear-cut or pre-commercial thinning within the past 50 years on the woodlot due to the evenness of heights across the stand. And there being a clear-cut or pre-commercial thinning on the woodlot within the past 50 years is also supported by the evenness in DBH across the stand. The pre-commercial thinning was most likely done to remove competition from balsam fir. And since the average DBH of trees in the woodlot is smaller than the expected ages DBH, it can be inferred that treatment has not been done since the initial treatment 50 years ago. And as you can see here, in the spike in the 32 centimeter DBH class, some trees were left behind in this treatment. So we assessed the forest health by assessing each representative tree's growing stock as acceptable or unacceptable. This was based on how straight the tree's pole was, the life crown ratio of the canopy, and if the tree had any diseases. As you can see here, there's a high volume of unacceptable growing stock within the woodlot, which indicates that mortality is occurring within the woodlot. And where the trees appear to be the same age, we have recommended in our operations plan to harvest the woodlot as soon as possible to optimize the economic benefits and use of the woodlot currently. We also recommend in our operation phase to replant climate-resilient and diverse species, as stated earlier. So in our stand delineation, we delineated 18 non-wetland stands. These were delineated based on height, topography, and species composition. These stands were then used to determine where and what operations and treatments would be done within the woodlot, and also where to place our wildlife stands. As a part of our objective to maintain wildlife habitat within the woodlot, we have established wildlife stands which will not be harvested. These were established by analyzing the results of our wildlife habitat indicators, which were canopy cover, understory vegetation cover, understory vegetation density, and tree species composition. So now I'll be going over why we assessed each habitat indicator. So we assessed canopy cover, understory vegetation cover, and understory vegetation density to assess each stand's ability to thermoregulate a species' body temperature. And we assessed tree species composition to assess for species abundance and habitat preference. We assessed snags and we assessed snags in the woodlot, recording their decay class, their DBH, and abundance. This was done to assess habitat for primary excavators, weak excavators, and secondary nesters. As stated earlier, this is to meet our objective of maintaining viable wildlife habitat within the woodlot, and more specifically to meet our targets of maintaining 8 snags per hectare and maintaining cover for thermoregulation for moose, white-tailed deer, and other wildlife species in the woodlot. So our team delineated wetlands on the woodlots, first by estimating wetland areas using GIS maps provided by Jay Ogilvy. And then we mapped the borders of these wetlands using wetland indicators such as vegetation species and visible water. From this, we found 13 wetlands which consisted of fens, bogs, and forested wetlands. We then placed 30-meter buffers around these wetlands and a 150-meter buffer around Davidson Lake. And because roads are being constructed within the woodlot, a wall permit is needed in order to alter the watershed in the woodlot. And so now I'll be going over our areas of concern, which are areas that could potentially impact the woodlot. So to start off, the woodlot is neighbored by a protected natural area, which influences access to the woodlot and where roads can be constructed within the woodlot. The woodlot is also neighbored by another woodlot, which requires Andrew to get deeded access onto his neighbor's property to get access into his property and to be able to construct roads. There is also a beaver dam on the neighbor's property, which alters the watershed within Andrew's woodlot. The woodlot also has 65.5 hectares of wetlands and forested wetlands, with wetlands having 38.7 hectares, which makes those hectares non-operable, and then forested wetlands having 26.8 hectares, with 11.5 hectares being operable and 15.3 hectares being non-operable.
So for our management plan, we created a sensitivity analysis based on the highest potential threat for our woodlot, and we deemed the highest potential risk being wind. For our sensitivity analysis, we used our top X values, which use forest level data such as slope, species composition, height, and area to eventually forecast the impact on the forest level. We created 2 scenarios: 1, do nothing; 2, high risk for the impact on our stands. We also decided to see, we chose wind as we have a high content of balsam fir throughout our stand. With our sensitivity analysis, we created multiple graphs to express how the forest reacts to our wind scenarios. So you can see here in the bottom right, this is how the wind risk assessment gets impacted on the stand level, showing how 0 to 14, with no risk being 0 and high risk being 14. We can see that the stand has a variety of reactions to our wind assessment, with multiple stands having a high risk, most likely due to their area or their content of balsam fir. However, we can see here in our treated stand, we want to see how does our managed stands react to our wind assessment given the 2 scenarios, do nothing versus our high risk. And we can tell that for the majority of the time, the stand, when managed, has a better reaction to the wind, almost cutting the effect in half. For our forecast of growth and yield, we used the modeling software Woodstock by REMSoft, and we used the Nova Scotia growth and yield model. We decided to use a change of 10 5-year periods for a total of 50 years predicted time change for our change in product volume as well as species composition by volume, especially to see how the balsam fir reacts to our predicted change. Here we can see up in the top right corner from our model graphs, this is the product volume change throughout our project when managed. We can see that there is benefits to managing our stands for timber products. And we can see here at period 7, which is 40 years into the future, we can start seeing saw logs being developed, showing that we are seeing benefit from management. For the total species composition for the volume, you can see here at the bottom right, on the forest level, the balsam fir content does drop and does remain the dominant species throughout the entire forest on the exposed years. However, that is due to the amount of area that's being left untouched through buffers, wetlands, and conservation areas is so abundant that the balsam fir will remain dominant. However, if looking at management practices, we can see here on the bottom left corner, the managed stands, when exposed to our treatments, we can see the balsam fir does decrease, and we can see other species such as black spruce here in purple becoming more abundant, as well as other species, which is helping create a more diverse forest.
So moving into our operations plan, you could view this plan as broken up into 3 major sections. We have our roads plan, our harvesting plan, and our silviculture plan. And over here on the right, you can just see a map that just kind of outlines all the activities that will be taking place on the woodlot. So in the purple, you could see the 2 stands that are being clear cut, and in the orange, you could see our commercial thinning stands. And on the bottom right, you could see the PCT block that's going to take place. So our operation plan is over 5 years. It's broken into 1-year sections, and our costs are broken up by year. So for our harvesting prescriptions, we have like harvesting and early silviculture. And for our harvesting, we have clear cut and we have commercial thinning. And for early, we have planting and pre-commercial thinning. And in this table here, you can see that they're broken up by year. So in year 1, we have a clear cut. And you can also see when it's taking place. So if it's going to take place in the summer or if it's going to take place in the winter. And note that a lot of our harvesting operations, except in stand 16, are going to take place in the winter. And this is just due to the property being very wet. So a lot of these areas, just due to compaction, and we don't want to hurt the area, so we're going to go in there in the winter months. So this is our harvest prediction. So you can see that we have our treatment, our stand, and our total merchantable volume, and the volume that's going to be taken out. In our clear cut stands, you can see that all the volume will be taken out, and keep in mind this is just the area that we're operating in, so our corridors and buffers, we're not treating any of those. And in our commercial thinnings, you can see that we're taking out 30% of the volume, which most of that volume will be balsam fir. So our wildlife stands and buffers. So on the north side, we devoted 4 stands completely for wildlife. So these stands we would never be operating in, or we would recommend that we never operate in them. And we have some buffers laid out. So on Davidson Lake, we have a 150-meter buffer. This is because this lake is used for recreation and there's a lot of homeowners on the lake. So this is just to keep a good look. Same with off the highway. We have a 30-meter buffer off the highway that we're recommending just for people driving by and stuff, that they don't see the operations that are taking place on the woodlot. And all of our streams and wetlands on the woodlot have a 30-meter buffer, and keep in mind that we're not harvesting any in these buffers. And we also have a wildlife corridor in our clear-cut stands, and you can see one that's outlined there. And this is just to meet our connectivity goals and objectives. So our road plan. Our road plan is a total cost of about $35,000. We're upgrading one existing road to get into stand 16. And we're reactivating the main access road to go in. And this is our biggest cost. It's about $9,000 to get in to just access the woodlot. And all of our other stands or other roads that are going to be built on the woodlot are going to be winter roads or temporary roads. So during the summer months, you won't be able to access those parts of the woodlot. They would just be for the winter. And you can see that we're installing some temporary crossings where we're crossing some brooks and stuff. This is just to keep the cost low, as permanent bridges and structures are a lot more money. So this is just a roads plan map, so you can see year 1 in stand 16 where we're just upgrading that road. So when I say upgrading that road, we're removing the vegetation off the road and we're resurfacing that road to put it back into use for the operations. You can see in year 2, that's a winter road that's going up through another stand up to the wetland, and both year 2 and 3 are both winter roads. So revenue. So total revenue from the woodlot that we're predicting is almost $47,000 across our 5 years. And this table just kind of shows like how it's broken down. So on the left, you could see the cost that would be associated with things. So our work type, so that being reactivation of roads, winter roads, temporary crossings, silviculture that's taking place, so site prep and planting, PCT. And then on the far right side, you can see our revenue from harvesting. You can see in 1 year, year 3, we're losing about $8,000 just because there's a lot of activities taking place that are costing us money that year. But overall, we're still making money. So funding opportunities. So planting and pre-commercial thinning are funded by the YFC Marketing Board at a 9-to-1 cost sharing ratio. So what that means is that if, let's say we plant a block on the woodlot, if it's done to standard, YSC will cover 90% of that and the landowner covers 10%. And our commercial thinning funding is also covered by YSC, so on a hectare basis we get a subsidy for the activities that we're doing. And oftentimes that goes to the contractor that's actually doing that work, but sometimes the contractor and landowner can work out a deal so some of that money comes back to the landowner. And this table here, you can just see the total silviculture cost to our client, which is about $4,400. And you can see cost before the 9-to-1 sharing ratio is quite expensive. Just to site prep and plant stand 16's almost $25,000. So that subsidy definitely helps a lot of private landowners. So for monitoring, a lot of our monitoring that's taking place in our silviculture blocks will actually be done by the YSC Marketing Board. So a post-planting survey after the first year just to see how the block's doing. A third-year survey just to go in and see like what the vegetation's like, if an intervention needs to be done in there to take out some of the vegetation that's competing with some of our planted species. And then an 8th-year survey, which would basically be to see if the stand needs plantation cleaning, which is similar to a PCT. You're removing unwanted vegetation to let those planted species go. And PCT blocks are obviously audited after they're done, but they wouldn't be revisited and once a commercial thinning is needed in the future. So moving into non-timber forest products, this is a potential revenue stream that we could do through agroforestry, through some mushrooms. Like an example is shiitake mushrooms on hardwood logs. And this is just a cost breakdown. So with our expenses, our annual income, and our potential profit. So you can see in the start there is some startup fees, but overall you would make some money through these revenue streams.
So when it comes to developing a management plan, uncertainty is a major factor, and it's important for a client to identify any potential uncertainties with this project. And Andrew's management plan is not shy to that as well. As you can tell, we have multiple uncertainties with the project, especially with access, especially in the northern part. As you can see, we haven't really conducted exact harvest plans for the north section. This is due to we do not want to develop a plan if access isn't 100% guaranteed. However, this can be done in different revenue streams, such as non-timber forest products or enhancing the forest management plan in another different way that does not consist of harvesting. As well as with uncertainty comes along with market costs, road costs, and true volumes. This is why it's important to set up constraints, statistic analysis, as well as different scenarios based on in case different aspects of the management plan changes. For the partnership, or for the DNR stake of this project, they wanted to get involved with how to encourage woodlot owners to manage their woodlot, past, present, and future. And their stake in this project was to see how did we go along developing our management plan, with meeting with the client, having a conversation, developing their goals and objectives. That way when conducting the forest level data, we can then produce different options for them based on their values. And that is what we want to hit upon. Depending on their one person's values can depend on what they manage for. And we want to show that management plan is not only for timber product or harvesting. We want to show that there's a multitude of values that can be managed for. So for us, we could develop this brochure on how you should manage your woodlot. And this is a little abstract from this brochure on showing that there's different revenues and different ways to manage your woodlot, such as environment, economics, and that in economics it's not only timber products, it can also be like a maple syrup farm or carbon trading, as well as conservation and recreation. It all depends on the values of one person, and we want to show that Andrew's woodlot is a good example, as he manages for different economic goals, different environmental goals, and different social goals, and they all work together to develop this plan. And we want to show that it is possible, and we want to get people to start being able to show what do they want from their land. For a summary of findings for our project, we want to go over the benefits of management. So we want to show that we did reduce the balsam fir content for Andrew in the highlighted stands, which we were knowing that we were going to try to reduce the balsam fir at the start. Also, just the change of volume over time, how to manage properly, how to reduce risk, especially with the wind and we want to show that we can reduce the balsam fir content in the managed stands and see other growth. We want to show that this is a good representation of an average woodlot, as many woodlots in New Brunswick happen to have this issue of a high balsam fir content, and many people don't know what they are willing to do with that. So we want to show that there is different ways that you can develop your woodlot. And we want to show that, and our main summary finding here is as we have a heavy wet land woodlot, we want to show that we had challenges to operations due to winter harvesting, as we are limited to harvesting during the winter most of the times, which to reduce costs. To tie our project together, I'll be going over goals and objectives once again in a report card format as a check of success list for our management plan and our presentation. So for our economicals, we hit almost all of them. We met the requirements for marketing board to fund all of the stands which we are going to manage. We created net positive revenue every year. The only issue with we harvested our declining stands. We did not increase high timber products in the way of 100% natural regeneration from our stand. However, we are doing so with the marketing board and planting different climate resilient species. So we can see that we will achieve that goal in another fashion, as well as exploring other non-timber forest products for income, such as the mushroom farm. For our environmental goals, we want to show that we hit all of them. We protected a significant area which we deemed important, such as streams, wetlands, vernal pools, and conservation area. We also maintained continuous forest cover and created the corridor in stand 16 to help wildlife. We also we increased the relevant abundance of climate resilient species through managing for other species, and we eliminated the usage of pesticides and other chemical sprays in our silviculture methods. Finally, for our social goals, we delineated the area for Andrew. We improved the road network. However, we did not receive 100% access. We can say that within the 25-year time period initially of our project, we can see that there is potential to have 100% access by that time. However, in the 5-year plan, it is not possible to, as we have issues with other goals and objectives, such as creating a net positive revenue every year. We also want to allow trapping and hunting for his property to allow people to come along to his woodlot, as well as increase carbon sequestration. This isn't necessarily a hit, but however, we do see the marketing board planting different species, and depending on the species, we can see that that goal may be hit depending on what was planted. We want to thank everyone for listening to our presentation. Thank you, Andrew, Justin, and Anne, for helping us along and giving us the chance to do this project. Woo!
Thank you, Andrew. That's awesome. I don't really have any hard questions, but I have a comment that might Justin to get woodlot owners more engaged. I think there was a theme here today of carbon, and there's a lot of rapidly emerging regulations that might help woodlot owners protect and manage their forests for an improved result, and they can get carbon credits for that. So maybe somewhere down the line, DNR Class C could do something like that. As far as the questions, what would you do differently if you were to do it again, this project specifically?
Can you speak to that? Oh, want to go, Cash?
All right. I think maybe a little bit more pre-planning, and like even with you, and we understood that the distance was a bit of an issue. Even to be on the lot with you, dealing with your values would have been an awesome thing for you to see what can be done in reality. A lot of it was like a cat and mouse game for us, like chasing answers, not knowing if we had access to anything. Even where we did most of our operation planning, there's a lot of unknowns, as you know, and that you're obviously trying to take care of. But in the event, for example, if you could be shut out of access, and all of a sudden this management plan is kind of bogus. So If there was anything, yeah, it would honestly just to be on the land with you, I believe, and just to re-go over everything, what you would want to see, and then us giving our feedback to what we know in our academic careers and in our professional careers.
Sure. I guess that kind of answers my next question, which would have been, what could I have done better? So I guess in the future, if anything like this happens again, yeah, I would love to be involved more in that sense. Yeah, great job though. Thank you so much.
I could touch on that a little bit more. I think we did our analysis mostly of the income that you can make on the assumption that you do not do any of the work. As a glorified tree planter in yourself, I would recommend that you do some of the work to gain as much money as you can in doing the pre-commercial thinning, to do the mushroom farm, or any other non-timber forest products you would like to explore, as well as reducing costs of doing road maintenance and everything like that. That would be probably the best way for you to capitalize on the project.
Yeah, well, I guess, the name of the game for the private woodlot owner is making money, and if we can, as professionals, find ways to make that easier for the private woodlot owner, I think, obviously, DR with this new program, getting people engaged, getting people engaged also makes people want to do the work themselves more.
And then that might lead into a better recreation plan. Because for right now, maybe there's not much of a recreation plan, but you start putting things together, you have a highway for people to go down.
That's right. I'm curious how the relationship with you and Austin developed over the course of the project, and what you feel you did to make him ask more questions and really follow through on the management plan you guys put so much work into.
Yeah, sure. So I was the communications person for our group, and basically I tried to stay engaged with Andrew throughout beginning to the end. If we ever had a question, anyone on the team, doesn't matter who it was, they just come to me and I would make sure that their question got answered. And Andrew and I stayed in touch through multiple venues. So we were texting, we were communicating over the phone. We actually went out with Andrew to spend a day with him on our reading break, to kind of, with Ducks Unlimited, to kind of go over what our road access plan was going to be. So just engaging with him over the semester and staying in contact and staying up to date was really three main pillars of our communication.
How did carbon come? That was actually not something that we expected.
Yeah, I guess, well, today throughout the presentations, myself, I'm not terribly interested in it right now because it's so, it's complicated. And there's, I think there's still a lot of moving parts before stuff like that can be implemented. But as a professional myself, managing people's forests in Southern Ontario, a lot of people know about the potential for something like this to happen. And I guess, the previous presentations all had carbon tax there.
I can touch upon that some, where there was some research done in carbon, but just the sheer amount of land area for your property with the areas that are going to be left untreated. We met with someone that's in the business of carbon trading, and typically they usually have a limit to them, or like a maximum hectares requirement for any consultation, stuff like that as well. So usually it's higher because they usually charge a lot more than what the carbon cost would be from what you're getting. And also along that, just doing it yourself, as you probably know, it's difficult to really figure out the process of the volumes, the land values, figuring out what the prices in trading, reaching out, stuff like that.
Yeah, I know almost nothing.
I got about two questions. The first one was, were your values in present values? Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
That's, I can see that. The second one's a little bit more open. I'm actually kind of looking right now at how a carbon subsidy for woodlot owners can potentially influence management.
Like, I personally think like there's lots of subsidies out there now, and I mean, I think like small woodlot owners would definitely be interested in it and stuff, but like it would have to be explained better, right? Like there's not a good explanation now on carbon and stuff, but like I think if it was broken down and there's subsidies available, it would be good for management plans to have like small areas like set aside for that. And I think like small areas over a lot of woodlots would add up.
We're specifically looking at tying that subsidy to federal carbon prices. See how that can change people's preferences.
Awesome.
You guys mentioned management. I'm just curious to know what those treatments are actually looking like. Like when you say PCT, commercial thin, like what are you removing? What species are you using?
Yeah, so for sure. So in our commercial thinnings, our top target species is balsam fir, as it's not going to do well, or they say it's not going to do well with climate change. So that's kind of what we're targeting to take out. And we're leaving like a lot of our black spruce and our tolerant hardwoods like that. That's what we're leaving. And in planting, we're kind of planting a diversity of species. So we're planting white spruce and white pine would be our top two species, but then followed by sugar maple, yellow birch, like species like that, just to try and incorporate that into some of our plantations as a trial.
What kind of removals are you looking at for like percent of basal area and stuff like that?
It would be 30% basal area, yeah.
Cool. Alrighty, good afternoon everyone. I'm Nathan. This is Chrissy. We're two of the members of the Forestry 4920 group who have built the Springford Reserve Forest Management Plan. Yeah, there we go. Before we begin, we'd like to respectfully acknowledge that UNB stands on unsurrendered and unceded traditional Wolastoqey land. The lands of the Wolastoqey people are recognized in a series of peace and friendship treaties to establish ongoing relationships of peace, friendship, and moral respect between equal nations. We have a little bit of an agenda today that's kind of guiding our presentation. We'll start with a brief introduction where we'll go through our property and kind of how this project came about. We'll go through then our goals and objectives, our inventory methods and results. We'll talk about some modeling and modeling results. We'll then go into our operations plan and then finish off with a conclusion.
So I'm going to take you guys through a brief introduction on our project. So our project is the Forest Management Plan for the Springford Reserve, as Nathan said. The Springford Reserve is located in Wellsford, New Brunswick, and our client is the UNB Office of Forest Lands Management, and our client contact is Jason. So this is just to show where our property is. So the red dots indicate UNB Fredericton and UNB St. John, where the yellow star indicates the Springford Reserve. It's super easy to get to because both highways 7 and 10 intersect basically right in front of the property, so you can take either one. And if any of you have ever heard of or been to Bald Peak, Wellsford Mountain, Mount Douglas, they're all the same name for the same mountain, or different names for the same mountain, sorry. And if you've ever been up the mountain, you have been on the property because the bottom half of the mountain is our property. So this is just showing our property, and we do have 3 different parcels there. So just a brief history on the property. It was originally donated in 1988 to UNB by Norma and William Springford. It was originally donated at 52 hectares in size, but it's currently only 27 hectares in size. It was donated for wildlife reserve purposes, and at the time UNB assumed no cutting would be allowed on the property. And sometime between 88 and 2003, they kind of reversed that decision to say that cutting would be allowed if it was to promote wildlife habitat. So this is just some historic imagery of our property from 1935, 45, and 51. We don't see much change between 35 and 45, but if I can, oh, there we go. We can see right here, there's a trail that has been cut sometime between 45 and 51. We can see that there appears to also have been some other cutting going on here as well. But largely the land base hasn't been cut from what we can tell. So as I said, it was donated at 52 hectares in size. So that's here, maybe here in the yellow. It was donated as 3 different parcels, or 3 parcels of the same property, I guess. And then sometime between 88 and 2013, we believe in around the time that the province was looking to exchange the bottom parcel, this large one, for another parcel to reroute Highway 7. There was a bite taken out of the property here in the middle parcel. We assume that it was taken for the purpose of like storing machines or something of the sort. So in around 2020, it was officially traded, and UNB received the Tamath property for that exchange. So this bottom parcel no longer exists, or I guess it exists, but it no longer belongs to UNB. We did also acquire this, which is now the middle sliver, and that was as a result of the 2003 Land Management Strategies document that was created for UNB. So that was acquired from NB Southern Railway. And so, yeah, these 3 parcels are now what makes up the Springford Preserve. And we have some photos here just kind of highlighting the unique features on our property. We've got a brook running through the property that you can see here on the left. This is Douglas Brook, and you can see here, this is that same brook, and it runs alongside a trail track, or a train track. So the train track isn't on our property. It runs between the topmost parcel and the middle parcel. We have a lot of really large eastern white pines on our property, and you can see they're sticking up above the rest of the canopy. The one on the top image in the middle was struck by lightning, which is right down next to the brook, so super cool, and I believe when we measured it, it was 171 centimeters DBH, which was fairly large and really cool to see. Because we have these large trees, we also have a lot of these large wildlife trees, which are really common on our property, that have a lot of excavation holes and whatnot. And the final image is just showing the slight grade Jason told us about when he presented the project to us. It is quite steep because, as I said, it's on the side of a mountain, so that was really fun to take inventory on. We also identified our stakeholders. We have quite a number for this project, but the most important would be the Wellsford Community Association, the individuals who use the property, as well as UNB communities.
Cool. So now we're going to go into some of our project's goals and objectives. So our project, when we first got our project description, we had some long-term goals that were identified for us. These are goals that should be accomplished within 25 years of our management plan going into action. And these goals were establishment of management zones for recreation and education purposes, to preserve and protect environmentally sensitive areas, and to identify future timber yield and value. On top of those long-term 25-year goals, we had some short-term 5-year goals that were also provided. These should be accomplished within 5 years of our management plan going into action. And these were to improve access control, road and drainage infrastructure, to develop a plan for the delineation of all boundary lines, to evaluate environmentally and ecologically sensitive areas, to improve wildlife habitat on the various types of water bodies, watercourses, and wetlands that are on the property, to identify environmental concerns and recommend remedial actions, identify current timber volume and value, and identify current carbon stocks. So from those goals, we built a set of objectives that we were able to fit into a social, environmental, and economic categories. So under our social values, we have maximize public safety. This is trail maintenance or anything that could jeopardize any public safety on the property. Our second one under this category is increase awareness of importance of land conservation. Under our environmental values objectives, we have increased management of ecologically important areas and species. The second one is increased carbon sequestration. The third one is increased protection of species at risk. The fourth is increased protection of wildlife species. And then the fifth one is to increase university awareness. Under the economic values, we only have 2 on this slide. The first is to increase monetary value of the property. And then the second is to increase value of carbon or biodiversity credits that the university could have.
So the final economic value that was not on that slide is the ecological value of the property. This is one of the larger objectives that we were asked to determine. So first we had to determine what ecological value was, and because there isn't really a definition out there what that was, we had to come up with a definition. So basically what we determined is that ecological value is the sum of all interactions that all organisms have on the environment for this property, and any benefits that may be provided to the environment or those organisms for using the property. So that includes everything, including us as people. So, so one thing that we have also determined is that the Springford Reserve could be considered an ecological neighborhood. So an ecological neighborhood is an area within a landscape where an organism influences any ecological process occurring in the ecosystem over an appropriate time frame. That time frame could be anything. And the only reason why this is limited to the Springford Reserve is because we as humans have put a boundary on this landscape. So what's really important to grasp here is we've determined that because we as people have put social, economic, and environmental values on this land, as these three values increase, so does ecological value. And as ecological value increases for any other reason, so do many of these values for us as people. The other thing, the inverse is true. So as ecological value decreases, these three values decrease as well. And as any of those values decrease for us as people, it would decrease the ecological value. So now I'm going to take you through a bit of our research design, just because many of you weren't at our interim presentation. So we did a sample intensity of 2 plots per hectare, and as I said, it's a 27 hectare piece of land. So that totaled 54 plots with a spacing of approximately 71 meters, and we decided to go with fixed radius plot. But what we actually had was some nesting of fixed radius plots called a concentric plot design. So we had a large tree plot, small tree plot, and ground vegetation regeneration plots. The large plots had 6 meter radius, where we took all trees that were greater than 7 centimeters DBH. For a small tree, it was between 7 and 1 centimeters DBH with a 4 meter radius on the plot, and for regeneration ground vegetation, it was 1 meter radius. And for regeneration, we took any tree that was less than 1 centimeter DBH or shorter than 1.3 meters, meaning it didn't meet breast height. And for ground vegetation, we took a percent of ground cover by species. And for all of these plots, we identified north, and we collected data in a clockwise rotation around the plot. We also did an audit to determine the accuracy of our data. So we decided to do a 10% audit intensity, which equated to 6 plots of our 54. And we had delineated different forest stand types. So we determined that we wanted a maximum of 1 per stand. That meant 2 of our stand types did not receive an audit plot, but 6 did. And we designed the audit to measure the accuracy of all of our measurable attributes. So that only worked out to be on the large plot. We also concluded a social inventory. So we placed a trail camera at the trailhead on the property to get a gauge of the number of people that were visiting the property. Something important to note here was it was September to October, November that we recorded this. And Nathan will talk about it a little bit later, but we did get quite a number of visitors, which was really surprising for that time of year. And because we didn't feel right having people's faces, we have a nice picture of a coyote we caught on it instead. And we also distributed our inventory through Microsoft Forms to various groups and stakeholders. So we had it distributed to the faculty, to Ascent NB, as well as the Wellsford Daily Scoop and other Facebook groups of people who might know of or use the property, as well as some other groups.
Alrighty, so we're going to talk about some of our forest results and then our social results, and then we'll go into our modeling afterwards. So as Chrissy mentioned, we have 8 stands present on our forest. They're nicely color-coded over there. These stands were developed using a canopy height model, which is derived by LiDAR and GIS. Of these 8 stands, we were able to determine whether they were mixed wood, hardwood, or softwood. And what we found that 7 of our 8 stands were mixed wood, with 1 being hardwood. Stand 1 is a mixed wood stand with predominant balsam fir species composition. Stand 2 is mixed wood with predominantly white pine composition. And then stands 3 through 6 plus stand 8 is mixed wood with predominantly red maple. Stand 7 stands out. It's a hardwood stand, and this is determined by using classifications from the government of Nova Scotia, which says that 75% of the species composition needs to be hardwood species for it to be classified as that. As such, our main trees in that stand are red maple and white birch. When we look at our density, we broke our densities up into trees that are currently alive, trees that are dead, or trees that are moribund. And what we found was that of the alive trees, our highest density of those was found in stand number 4 at about 1,300 stems per hectare. We had a lot of dead trees present on our property, with the highest amount of dead trees being in stand 2 at about 620 stems per hectare. Overall, stand 2 has the highest density at about 1,770 stems per hectare, but our total forest average density is about 1,330 stems per hectare. When we look at our species composition, it follows a lot of the classifications that I had detailed a couple slides ago for our stands, with red maple, white birch, white pine being in it. Red spruce was also very dominant. What we can see in the graph is that all these larger columns here, larger blocks in the columns, those are those species, with other species taking up a much smaller space in those columns. As for our diameter distribution, most of our trees fell within that 7 to 14 centimeter range, which are the 2 larger blocks in the columns at the top. We did have trees that were of larger size. I believe there's 147 on the end, which is right here at the bottom in stand number 4. Oh, I guess I'll say this too. One thing to mention, as the trees got larger, there was less of them on the forest. Let's talk about our audit. Our audit was done to make sure to tell us how well we collected our inventory. So we used average error and average bias to determine how much we were off by, and then average bias tells us whether we were over or under. So we audited on tree DBH, height, and base of live crown, and we found that on tree DBH we're about 2.84% off in the positive direction because our average bias is positive. In our height, we were off by about 5.1% in the positive direction because our bias is positive. But in our base of live crown, we were off by about 5.6% in the negative direction because our bias is negative. And that could be because when trees have leaves on them, the canopy droops, or inaccuracies when measuring when there's no leaves on the trees. As for our tree species identification, we were okay. We weren't the best at it. We seemed to have issues identifying red maple versus aspen, where we had 5 trees that were identified incorrectly out of the total 27 trees that were there. We wrongly identified 7 of the 94 audit trees, and we had 22 trees missing from our audit. Now that seems really, really bad, but what this shows us is why this is. We use the Garmin GPS to navigate to our plots, and it has an accuracy of about 5 meters, plus or minus in any direction. So the yellow dot here in the middle, that's where our plot was supposed to be. Our red dot right here, that's where our inventory plot was. And then our pink, there it is. Our pink dot was where our audit location was. So we were off, I believe this is about 3 meters off, which is just enough to change our audit species composition. This plot was by far the worst. Most of them were much better than this. So, our project has a large social part of it, so we're going to go into that now. We collected data from our trail cameras from October 1st to November 30th, so that's about 9 weeks. We saw a total of 783 people visit the property, with most of them being in the weeks 1, 2, and 3. If you can see there in week number 4, we have a big red thing that says camera was stolen. Our camera was stolen. So we don't have any data from that. Our numbers could be higher than they actually are. As keeping in line with other UNB properties, it's recommended that you keep your dogs on leash, so we just wanted to say that most dogs that were present on the property were on leash. From our survey, we wanted to pull out a couple main questions to help drive our operations plan. So the first one was, have you ever heard of the Springford Reserve property? Most people said yes, some people said that they weren't sure or no. The second one was, who do you believe currently owns the property? A lot of people said it was CFB Gagetown, or they didn't know. Very few, I believe that's about 11 or 12, said that UNB owned it. And then lastly, what experiences you visited the property for? A lot of people said that they visited for hiking or walking, or to connect with nature, plus the other options that were there. Now, we're going to go into a little bit of forest forecasting. We're just going to give a brief overview of this. So for our forest forecasting, we use the Woodstock model, which is a program that's developed by REMsoft. We use this model to visualize change over time of the forest over our 25-year period. We use this to model our total growing stock, our forest products, our standing timber value, as well as carbon stocks. I wanted to give a little bit of background about how Woodstock works before I start showing you some of the results. So we identified 8 stands from our inventory, but the way Woodstock sees it, there was only 3 stands. And this is because Woodstock looks at the main tree species by density rather than the way that we did it, which was LiDAR cover. So one of our stands in Woodstock is going to be much higher than what it actually is, but when you average it out across the 6 stands that it's accounted for, it's roughly on par with the rest of them. Yield tables, that tells the program how the forest is going to grow. These were developed using Polonsky's normal yield tables. To model change over time, we modeled forest products, and these products were determined using a product ratio calculator, which I believe was developed by John Kershaw. And this uses diameter and height to determine product proportions out of the tree. From there, we were able to apply stumpage values, which were the average value from 2023, taken from all the mills in New Brunswick, to give a final value of how much the property is worth in terms of forest products. We also assume that since UNB only cuts for research purposes or for wildlife, since none of that is happening right now, that we would just let the forest grow and not cut anything. Therefore, let's get into some results. As for our forest volume, right now in year 0, we have approximately 4,751 cubic meters of volume in the forest, or it works out to be about 176 cubic meters per hectare. This is expected to increase over the next 25 years to 6,286 cubic meters, or about 233 cubic meters per hectare. When we look at it per stand, this is what I was talking about with the one stand looking much higher. Our red maple stand, which, if you guys remember, accounts for about 6 stands, I can math. It's expected that those stands would have together about 3,962 cubic meters in year 0, growing up to about 5,200 in year 25. Our balsam fir and white pine are about 411 cubic meters in year 0, and 378 cubic meters in year 0, growing up to about 618 and 432 in year 25. As for our products, this is where our change over time comes. You can see right now there's a lot of softwood pulp and a lot less products of the others. And as it grows over time, you can see the change in those products where hardwood logs are very low here, here, and here, but they're much larger here, but the hardwood pulp is a lot lower. Because as one product increases, another product has to decrease. And then, so our value of our forest products, the model estimated that right now in year 0, it's roughly worth $68,000, growing up to about $101,000 in year 25. And for our carbon stocks, there's currently approximately 6,900 kilograms stored on the property, growing up to about 9,100 in year 25. On to our sensitivity analysis. So to do this, we analyzed our forest value and our carbon stocks. This is because every other model output that we had is used to build those 2 outputs. To do this, for our sensitivity analysis, we used RCP 2.6 and RCP 8.5. These are projected climate models for the next 100 years or so, up to 2100. What we found was under RCP 2.6, there was minimal change in the forest structure by the year 2100. And then under RCP 8.5, there was a larger change in the forest structure, mostly less spruce and fir, but more red maple. Overall, across the forest, there was less forest growth. And this is what that looks like. So in our in our value of the forest, you can see that there's no normal condition bar on that graph, and that's because it's behind the gray line. There was a very, very small change in there. However, there's a larger change in the RCP 8.5. And that's very similar in the carbon values too, except the RCP 2.6 is a little bit lower than the normal, and then RCP 8.5 is also lower than that.
So I'm just going to take us through the operations plan and recommendations for this management plan. So the first and one of the biggest recommendations that we have is trail maintenance. So we identified 2 different frequently used trails on the property, and we've kind of denoted those, the Summit Trail and the Brook Loop Trail. So for both those trails, we're recommending removal of debris and garbage. So that would be down trees, any ingrowth. One of the trails, the Brook Loop Trail, does have quite a lot of ingrowth in it. It is frequently used, but you can tell that maybe there's portions that we determine would be trail that aren't as used as some other portions of the trail, if that makes sense. We also have quite a number of these washouts. This is the largest by far on the Summit Trail. And this is pretty near to the bottom, and this as well is just above that. And the reason why we want to do something about this is because these can pose significant safety risks to visitors, especially those with small children or pets. So what we're recommending is a boardwalk of sorts, if you will, to be placed over those. Additionally, this stream is on the Brook Loop Trail, and because the Brook Loop Trail is a loop, it does cross this stream twice. It doesn't seem to be an issue in the drier months, but we went out in March, so it was still frozen. It was probably about a foot deep, and just because of the height of the banks and how wide it is, with that much water in there, we do want to ensure that visitors can get across safely. So we're recommending something of this sort to be placed on each of those kind of problem areas on the trails. So it would be a boardwalk that would be raised up enough not to disrupt the natural drainage system that already exists, because as it is on the side of the mountain, the water is going to roll right off. We don't want to fill it in or anything like that because it's just going to wash away and all that. So we want to place a structure over it to allow the water to still continue while ensuring that visitors will be safe while using the property. And so we estimate this will cost about $3,000 for all 4 of these structures to be built and placed. We'd like to see that done within 5 years. The next thing is trail markers. So because of the debris across the trails, you can see in many places trails have been worn down where people have gone around these trees and brush across the trail, and we want to limit that as much as possible. So between the trail maintenance and trail markers, we're hoping that will encourage visitors to stay on the designated trail and not to continue or want to have to go off. So we would like these to be placed at a maximum of 50-meter intervals along both trails. For the Summit Trail, we'd like both the up and down directions on opposite sides of the trail. And for the Brook Loop, we want to suggest just one direction to keep the flow of traffic in the same direction. And there's also quite a lot of meanders on that trail. We want to make sure people don't get lost in there. That trail that I had mentioned in the historic imagery still exists. And because the Brook Loop Trail kind of starts on that trail and then turns to go back towards the parking lot, we want to make sure that people don't get lost and continue going kind of out the other side of the property. So we anticipate this will be, for cost and labor, about $370, and we'd like to see that done within 1 year. So kind of our next biggest recommendation is signage. So currently, I'm sure many of you have been to the UNB woodlot. There's some nice big signs at all the entrances, and we'd like to put one of those here because currently nothing exists except for a plaque that sits on the lowest parcel. So we want to implement 3 signs to inform visitors on land ownership, acceptable activities, as well as 2 signs that would just let visitors know where they are on the trail. So we have the 3 locations here. This would be, sign number 1 would be on the intersection of the 2 trails. It's just in from the parking lot. Sign 2 would be at the boundary edge on the Summit Trail as you're exiting the property. And sign 3 would be on that elbow of the Brook Loop Trail, and here's that kind of continuation of the old trail that I was talking about. We want to make sure visitors continue in the right direction there. So we anticipate the cost to be about $600 per sign for manufacturing and installation, and this would be a maximum. And we anticipate for all 3 signs about $1,800. So this is our proposed design for the first sign, sign number 1, the big one that would go at the intersection of the 2 trails. So it outlines some acceptable activities as well as it gives some emergency information. And because the property does border CFB Gagetown, and that's why a lot of people think that our land is owned by CFB Gagetown, we want to make sure that people are aware that you do have to notify range control when you're exiting the Springford Reserve property and entering CFB Gagetown. So we provided the phone number and extension there just to give visitors an easy way to, want to call them. They don't have to go looking up the phone number themselves. We also have a little bit of history on the property about the donors, the purpose of the donation, and kind of what the property is being used for now. We also have a map showing where you are on the property when you're standing at the sign, and also the location of that plaque I was talking about. We also have a QR code to our story map, which we'll talk about in just a second. So people can scan that while they're standing at the sign, and they'll be able to be directed right to the Office of Forest Lands website, which is super cool. So this is another version of that same sign, and really the only difference is the Wellsford Community Association logo, as well as a statement just saying that while the property is owned by UNB, it would be co-managed by the Wellsford Community Association, and that would be if the university and the Wellsford Community Association come to an agreement for land use and do sign a land use agreement. They have shown interest in some collaborative management, just where this property is a little bit further from both campuses. So they've shown some interest for that, and that would also contribute to their community as well. So this is our design for the second sign. This one would, as you can see, go at the edge of the boundary where it does meet CFB Gagetown property. So this is just letting visitors know that kind of once you pass this sign, you're no longer on UNB property. And again, tells people that you do need to contact range control and gives phone number again if they didn't do that at the bottom of the trail. So this is the third sign. This would be placed on that elbow of the Brook Loop Trail just to let visitors know where they are on the trail, and again to help direct them back towards the parking lot, continue on that loop instead of continuing off the other side of the property. So the next recommendation that we have is implementation of no hunting signs. Unfortunately, we did catch some hunters on our trail cameras, and the reason why we want to post it as no hunting is to follow kind of what the other UNB lands have as regulations, and to keep in line with the original intent for the donation of this property. So we would have these 25 centimeter diameter red discs that need to be posted at all entrances and exits, as well as corners of the property. And then either these red discs or 25 centimeter wide painted red bands on trees at no greater of a distance of 100 meters need to be placed or painted around the entirety of the perimeter of all three properties. And that would keep it posted as no hunting. And so we're recommending actually a distance of 75 meters, just so that there isn't kind of slipping through the cracks in terms of rules, and this is regulated by the province of New Brunswick. So we anticipate the cost to be approximately $430, and we'd like to see that done within 2 years. So this goes back to the website that I talked about and the QR code on our sign. So we created a story map using ArcGIS as kind of an interactive way for people to view the property, kind of what we as a group have done. And yeah, we also have a map that when they scan the QR code, it uses a GPS location on your phone and shows you where you are on the property, and it shows you the same trails that are on the sign in yellow and blue. So it also helps you keep to the trail. So on this, we have, we've got a project overview. If you scroll.
Or using the down clickers, that works good too.
There we go. So we've got a project overview. We've got goals and objectives. We've got some recommendations from our project, as well as just acknowledgements. So yeah, that's kind of a quick synopsis of this. We'll go into that a little bit more later. There we go. And then our kind of last recommendation is just that UNB continues to pursue the land use agreement with the Wellsford Community Association, just so we can kind of have eyes on the ground out in Wellsford, where it's not really feasible to make frequent trips, and also that they would be able to assist with any regular maintenance or management that may need to be done that we might not know about because we don't go down there quite as frequently. So just an overview of costs. So for all of the materials, for all of the recommendations that we have made for this project, we're looking at about $7,200. And then for all of the labor, for all of those recommendations, we're looking at about $7,300. So this is where it gets a little bit confusing. So that 72 plus the 73 plus this $2,400, for the first 5 years, we would total about $17,000. Then for the next, every 5-year increment after the first 5 years would only be that $2,400 kind of maintenance fee for the things that just need to be checked on or updated, anything like that, within the next 25 years. And that number is subject to change just with wages changing, but also a lot of these costs could be brought down by signing that user agreement with Wellsford because they have shown interest in helping with a lot of these things.
Alrighty, so we will just wrap up our presentation with a quick conclusion. We wanted to relate our conclusion back to our objectives that I first presented at the beginning of this PowerPoint. And how we did this was we used a grading scale similar to a traffic light, where red means that we were unable to accomplish the objective due to it not being feasible or there being other restrictions on it. Yellow being it will be accomplished once this management plan goes into action, and then green being that it's been accomplished now. So when we look back at our social values, we see that most of our objectives have been met, with the exception of the one right here at the bottom. This is because we did not find any species of risk on our property while we were down there doing our inventory. As for our environmental values, we see a little more colors here. As for our increased carbon sequestration, that objective will be met as we're just letting the forest grow, therefore the carbon sequestration values will be met, as well as creating our public-facing website, that is our story map, which is currently live in public now. We have 4 objectives, 3 right here and 1 at the top that will be met once our management plan goes into action, and then 3 objective targets that have not been met for any reason. As for our economic values, we have our increased ecological value and increased monetary value of the Springford Reserve being met once our management plan goes into action, and we have our increased value of the Springford Reserve carbon biodiversity credits not being met. This is because the university does not have carbon or biodiversity credits, as our land base is not large enough for that to be the case. Lastly, we just want to say thank you for listening to us. I know it's probably been a long day for a lot of people. If you're interested in checking out a story map, you can scan the QR code. If not, we'll take questions.
I mean, our client would be concerned with understanding who is using the property.
No, I meant the fact no one really cares it's UNB. They're just using it to access the peak, which is D&D. So did you talk to D&D about what they think about this public access?
We did have them fill out our survey, but they did not express any other sort of concerns.
Okay. Well, that's good. Well, it's not an issue. I do wonder about liability from their point of view, because when I went up there in the fall, I was freaking out thinking, oh my God, this is UNB land, we're going to get sued. There's just climbing stakes all over the place. But it's not our land, so that's D&D's.
Yeah, and the UNB does have, I'm not sure, I can't remember, sorry if Chrissy mentioned it or not, but they do have their own user agreement with Base Gagetown, which wasn't necessarily as much of a concern for us, where that rock wasn't part of the UNB property.
I guess to my point, maybe your signage should be a little more clear about, so everybody knows UNB is not liable if you fall over on the peak. You know,
And that is why we did want to put that second sign at the top of the Summit Trail where the boundary of our property is to let them know that you're actively leaving UNB property, and that blurb in the red text says that you're actively entering CP Gagetown property, and the phone number is there again because you are required to call, but that acts as like an extra step to say, like, here's the boundary, UNB is not liable once you cross it.
And
into that, but you made it more clear than just hinting that
In terms of like the use of the word liability, we did consider having that actually on the sign, but we did talk with like our client contact and addressed like, or just reviewed like the other signs on the other properties, and that didn't have the specific outline of that you aren't, or UNB is not liable for your own safety, so that was our reason for not including it.
Bounce that, Jason, off the lawyers at UNB.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I think that's an oversight on our part. In other words, the existing system may not be good enough either. Anyway, but that's one thing. The species at risk and all that, you weren't there the right time of year to likely find anything. But did you see any unique habitat types that might, typically a different soil type or walkout crop or whatever might give you some unique habitat that might have a rare species? Any of that kind of assessment possible?
I'm not sure exactly how much we are allowed to say, but we did discuss some at the interim presentation about potential habitat for a species by the brook.
You're looking at me hoping I'll remember.
I can't remember the question.
Anyway, what often happens in the 40/20s, it's the wrong time of year to get modeling. So we rely on structures and infer, or we model from structure and hope that means something might be there. So with that idea, was there, I only saw one trail, so are there sites in there that look better than just the trail? Because the trail did not look too exciting.
There are some other areas off the trail that we're trying to keep people away from using those trail markers that do have some unique features. We don't know if there's actively anything living in it, but there are some unique features there. How did we calculate the value of the forest? Yeah, so to calculate the value of the forest, we used the REMSoft model to do that. And we used our products that were derived from our product ratio calculator, which used our trees' diameters and their height to determine how much products would come out of it. So that would be pulpwood, saw logs, and studwood. And then from there, we were able to use those values and apply a stumpage price to it, which is the price that the landowner would get after any harvesting operations happened. We did not, because these were just averages based off of last year's.
I've got a question, just kind of a picky question, and I also, in the feedback I gave to you, asked the same question, but what was the purpose of woodstock? Using woodstock.
So, like just using the model in general?
Yeah.
Yeah, so when there came time for us to begin our modeling process, we met with Dr. Anthony Taylor, and we showed him our property, showed him what we had on the property, and what we wanted to get out of it. So the value of the forest, the modeled volume, and our carbon storage. And he suggested that based on what we had and what we were looking at doing, woodstock was most likely our easiest and or best route to model that.
Okay, but I guess, like with woodstock, so you would have a variety of yield curves, based on actions. And as far as I understand from everything, you have no actions.
Correct.
Your only management strategy is to do nothing.
Correct.
So then really, woodstock does nothing that you couldn't do in Excel or anything else.
It doesn't, no.
Yeah.
We just went with it because that's what was suggested to us, and it's what we use normally in the faculty. Yeah, it was just a choice that we made to do it rather than doing it in Excel.
Okay.
But on that, I mean, as part of accreditation, I had to make sure that you folks could model
Yes.
for
need Woodstock to do that. I'll turn this now to a question to you as an instructor.
Not necessarily, and I mean, every other group that presented today, I didn't constrain them and say thou shalt use REMSOC. Some use PICUS, some use ISOLASAM. There's all kinds of variants here, and you very well could have used, and we talked about that.
We did.
But I mean, I understood you went with a model, A, to demonstrate your understanding of it, but B, to instill some level of confidence to your client. And the whole process of modeling products, that was just a deliverable that I needed to assess you on.
It was. I didn't want to come out and say that because of what we talked about and not underselling what I did, but.
I could have said somebody had told me we had to.
It was the only part that was just merely an academic exercise. The rest was real. Although that was real.
Yeah.
I noticed that WNB was like listed as one of like the stakeholders that you guys engaged with. I was just wondering like who you were in contact with for that, and like because I work with WNB.
Yeah,
so
we weren't in explicit engagement with them.
Yeah.
We did reach out to, like, I reached out to ask if they would be interested in talking with us about this property. I did not receive a response, which I accepted because I figured they were busy, but also a bit later on, I don't know why it took me so long to kind of come to the realization of the land claim that was put out by WNB, but that did become relevant to our research in just the terms of the responsibilities of owning that property and what that might mean for UNB as an institution and potential relationship building. So that was what we did with that.
Thank you. Also, awesome presentation. You did really well. It's good.
I know you're dying to ask a question, Jason.
You almost saved them.
So listen, first and foremost, I want to thank you. It's been a pleasure to work with you all year. It really has. And coming from last year, you worked very independent, but then I tried to be there when I needed to be. And I will say, I've been doing this now for 12 years, 40-20 and now 49-20. You were one of the first groups that actually said, Jason, we want you to come out, and I appreciate that because they spent 2 days with you, half a day in the field and Kristen. And actually, we're going next week. You didn't say that.
No, we didn't.
We're going to meet with the Wellsford Community Association to give a variant of this presentation to them as buy-in. And I think one of the biggest deliverables is that connection that you've made with that community, and they see us as real, which I can't put a value on. And I challenged you to come up with an ecological value. So on that, there's the timber value, there's the property value. I know you looked at how much would lots sell for in the area and that stuff. But you also spoke highly of this property because it is unique in a lot of ways. I mean, it has topography that UNB doesn't have other properties similar to that. There's historical context. There's some of your unique trees, 171 centimeters, and then other unique values. You know where I'm going with this? How do you value that?
In the wise words of Graham, it's complicated. So we basically spent the entire semester juggling that question, and I guess the answer is that it depends. So in one way, we've determined that the ecological value is the inverse of what you're looking to do with the property. If UNB were to, for example, cut the property, well then I guess you're saying that the ecological value was worth about $70,000. If UNB were to sell the property, I guess you're saying that the ecological value of the property was worth $50,000 to $60,000, what other woodlots are selling for in the area. But we have also kind of really enjoyed playing the card that it's invaluable, and in order to put a monetary value on that, there would be so many uncertainties and all that kind of stuff that we couldn't come up with a dollar value for that. So it depends, I guess, is the answer.
Okay, last question.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? But what would you say if one of the university bean counters said, why should we spend $20,000 You know, we've had this for 30 years, haven't had any problems, haven't had any investments. So why now? Why do that spending?
Well, there is an existing management plan that was generated, I believe, in 2003 for all of UNB properties that is kind of coming, like, I think it's outlined as like a 25-year plan, and it's kind of coming to a close. And we were tasked with, just trying to develop a management plan for this property specifically, and I'm losing my train of thought, and I don't know where I'm going.
I think the other kind of important thing is the social traction we've gained with this property, and well as for community members and just people in the general vicinity that use the property, that visit the property, and that value the property in any way. We've gained a lot of social traction in just kind of getting that information out there that UNB owns it. And there's a lot of stuff that could be done to the property to make it more useful. The other thing too is, I mean, Jason has said it several times that a lot of faculty members come into the faculty saying that they know about all these properties and they want to use them, but then they don't, and it could be for a variety of reasons, but we really want to make the property, you know, like, seem like it's worth going to, especially for faculty members, because I mean, Jason has taken us on labs that run a whole afternoon or a whole day, so he shows that it can be done if the prof wants to do it. A lot of profs just don't take those really long labs, and so the university has kind of said that this property is kind of pushed to the side because of its distance from the university, and we'd like to see the property be used and enjoyed not by just community members who do go to enjoy the property, but UNB students and faculty that don't get to see this kind of topography and that kind of stuff, because Jason said it's not like anything else that UNB owns. So we really like to see that use, and that was one of the outcomes of our project as well.
And on that, with the social traction, also, like, that's something that's very unique to the Springford Reserve in terms of the rest of UNB's properties. Like, you do have the woodlot, you do have the Newton Forest, but that's a little bit different. It's a bit of a different dynamic in terms of the land use of those properties compared to the Springford Reserve, and where Chrissy mentioned it's a bit further away from UNB, and we've kind of brought about this potential user agreement with the Wellsford Community Association. That in itself kind of has elicited potential for relationship building and like a responsibility with the university, that the university has not just to that community but to its students, and the potential that it has to teach its students from that partnership of managing this property.
So right in line with my last question. So you've been through the program, both on the ENR side and on the FOR side. What courses could utilize that land base, regardless of how long it takes to travel?
So many. I've talked to several professors, like, throughout the faculty, just in terms of trying to understand how the university could be placing value on this property. And there's been very different opinions from very different people, but it's made everybody think in a way about how they could be using these properties in their courses. Not everybody, I haven't talked to everybody, but Anthony Taylor was one in specific that he was really interested in using in some of his courses. I think that there's lots of potential for maybe some of Janet Blackadar's courses in terms of public engagement, and soils for sure. There's so many, and especially with like the revamping of the people policy and planning major and this new partnership with the community, I think that's a really unique opportunity that doesn't exist elsewhere for UNB, or this faculty at least.
I agree, and I'd like for those to be part of your recommendations. So you've been through the program, you know what's in the courses. Can you outline for me? I think these courses could benefit. You don't have to design lab, but it'd just be nice to know. We need to demonstrate to the university why this property is of value. So that's all I had. I want to thank you very much for what you've done, and really for taking it as serious as you have. Because right from day one, when you saw the land base, you were excited, and you took it serious every day. You had questions for me, and no, I'm proud of the results, and I'm proud of the product that you produced. We're almost done. Another presentation on Wednesday, and that'll be a little lighter probably.